All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience today. I know that there was a lot of conversations that were occurring earnestly trying to come to some kind of consensus on a few of the proposals that we're going to be taking up this morning. So we are going to begin. I should note that it is 10:07 a.m. The day is January 17th. I have 7 of 7 members present. Is there any announcements before we get going? Everybody good? Okay. We're going to begin with deliberations of Group 1. That includes the Nushagak River King Salmon Stock of Concern Management Plan, Subsistence, and West Side Management. There are 17 proposals in this group, and we are going to follow the roadmap and begin with proposal number 68. Proposal 68, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, member of this board. For the record, my name is Tim Sands. I am the commercial salmon and fisheries biologist for the west side of Bristol Bay. My responsibilities include management of the Nushagak and Togiak districts. Proposal 68, 5 AAC 06.361, the Nushagak Mulchatna King Salmon Management Plan, and 5 AAC 06.391, the Nushagak District King Salmon Stock of Concern Management Plan. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Mike, you can't second that, and you have your recused yourself.
Okay, I
on this
withdraw
one, so.
I withdraw the second, and I'm going to now remove myself from the table while you guys deliberate proposal 68.
Thank you very much. So I need a second for the motion to adopt.
Second.
Thank you very much. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would create an optimal escapement goal for Nushagak River King salmon that would result in a spawning escapement range of 102,530 to 119,882, which would result from a sonar count of between 59,467 to 69,532. The department opposes this proposal because it would lower the upper end of the escapement goal range from 120,000 to 70,000. This proposed upper limit is below the current in-river goal of 95,000, which would create a management conflict. If the king salmon population were to rebound, the department would be expected to manage to ensure escapement levels do not exceed 70,000 fish. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. To meet the board's statutory responsibility to the subsistence law, it should be considered whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if the proposal is adopted.
Thank you. Board comments, board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. At first glance, what the department just said, reducing or changing the escapement goal, generally speaking, that's a department function and usually is presented to the board, for oversight, but that is an internal situation. Plus, I think that the way this proposal tries to change the escapement goal is not prudent at this time, considering everything else that we're dealing with.
Mr. Owen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. There's been quite a bit of discussion of concern by this board and others about the Nushagak River king salmon stock, and to me, this seems contrary to the goals that we're looking to achieve at this meeting, which is further protection and conservation of this stock. It seems to me that the 95,000 in-river goal is something that is working to actively conserve. I'll also read into the record from the Sustainable Salmon Policy. The salmon fisheries will be managed to allow escapements within ranges necessary to conserve and sustain potential salmon production. And I think that the existing in-river goal is doing such, as the department mentioned as well. So thank you.
I'll add my comments to this. Like, OEGs are a tool of the board, optimal escapement goals, and sometimes, I have been a proponent of them, and sometimes I'm not. And this is one of the instances where I'm not, because typically, the idea, at least in the ways that I've been supportive of optimal escapement goal use, is to recover populations faster, and that usually includes raising both ends of the goals if there are two ends that exist. This seems contrary to me in terms of lowering the upper end of the goal that is below the in-river goal. The numbers don't really mesh or make sense, and the relationship of those numbers don't make sense to me as proposed. So I don't think I can be supportive of it. OEGs might be a tool at some time, but not currently as written. And I think that the SOC management plan contemplates how the department will regulate, and so I'm not supportive of this at this time. Other board discussion? Mr. Godfrey?
For reasons already stated by yourself, as well as the department's opposition and the extraordinary opposition in contrast to support for this proposal, I will be not supporting it.
Thank you. I would also just note, just sort of underscoring the department's comments, that there could be possibly a negative implication on subsistence. And certainly that would not be in my intent. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I think it's kind of important. It's another day, and I want to put on the record a similar subsistence review as I did yesterday, but I just want to make sure it's clear. And I agree with Ms. Carlson Van Dort specifically about negative impacts on subsistence. And so I'm just going to touch briefly but reference my comments from yesterday. This is a customarily traditionally taken stock. The board has determined that for all of Bristol Bay. There are the amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence are laid out. 157,000 to 172,000 salmon are reasonably necessary for subsistence. And does this provide reasonable opportunity? And I believe so. So, having said that, approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. I would also just note there were a handful of supporters, but there was an overwhelming opposition to this proposal by, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ACs and tons of people, possibly over 100, that submitted on-time public comments. So I just wanted to get that on the record. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Looking around the table, saying no's. Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 68. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Motion fails, 0 in favor, 6 against, Madam Chair.
All right, now for one of the main events. Proposal number 61, please.
Proposal 61, 5 AAC 06.391, Nishigac District King Salmon Stock of Concern Management Plan.
Madam Chair, move to adopt proposal 61 with substitute language found in RC 128.
Madam Chair, it's Mike Wood. I'm back at the table, and I second that.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for rejoining us. Do you want to ask for unanimous consent? Member Wood?
Oh, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Is
Thank
there any
you.
objection? Seeing, hearing none, we have the language in RC 128 in lieu of the original language found in proposal number 61. Staff comments, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so this proposal with this substitute language modifies the current plan by changing the percentages on the triggers by 2% each, and for the subsistence fishery adds some clear direction on when subsistence fisheries can be restricted. And I'll let Mr. Borden talk about the sport fish side.
Madam Chair, for the record, Lee Borden, Bristol Bay Area Manager for Division of Sport Fish. And according to RC 128 in the sport fishery, the use of bait and multiple hooks would be prohibited May 1st through July 31st. Madam Chair.
Mr. Bowers.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I also wanted to note that the substitute language in RC 128 establishes into regulation criteria for when this plan is in effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Bowers. Mr. Chamberlain, would you like to speak to your substitute language, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll be the first to say on this, compromise is usually the art of finding a deal that makes everyone equally unhappy. I'm unhappy with this, and I don't think it goes far enough, but at the same time, this is a result of a lot of work and a lot of engagement from a lot of user groups. What this does is this recognizes that missing the escapement goal for the Nushagak Kings is something that we all have to take into account and be cognizant of. And so the user groups all came in and sat and worked together by prohibiting the use of bait and multiple hooks in the sport fishery. That should make a significant difference in the number of king salmon encounters, while still providing an opportunity for the lodges and the sport fisheries to attract customers and maintain the client base. With the increase of the triggers, what that's going to do is going to buy a little extra time for some of those early kings to come up the river and get that and get it in. And so with that, it doesn't go as far as I'd like, but I think this is a solid step forward for recovering the kings in the river. One of the comments I heard during public testimony was comparison with the Kenai River. And I think the Kenai River is an example of half measures that don't go far enough until the fishery crashes. I've been out to the Nushagak once in my life, and that was a long time ago, but that is a beautiful river, and it's an amazing place to be. I strongly encourage the collaborative work that's been going on in this room with all of the user groups to continue forward. And if the kings don't come back, I want to offer a little bit of caution for the user groups. What you're seeing in the Kenai is the worst case example of what can happen when you saw the numbers go down to 5,000, just over 5,000 fish recently. I strongly encourage looking and applying for commissioner permits for alternative gear types. If the numbers keep going down, we have to find a way to target the sockeye and eliminate that, catch that foregone harvest, or eliminate foregone harvest while still protecting the kings. I strongly believe in ounce of prevention's worth a pound to cure, but I could take all day, and so I'll let the other board members speak to this.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. Whenever there are big decisions like this and you got to look into them from the beginning of weeks, you got to look at the history. And it was acknowledged that this has had a lot of stakeholder involvement, but I'd like to acknowledge that this has had stakeholder involvement for 5 years, 2 days, and 2.5 hours with everybody in this room. And I think that's a pretty phenomenal process, and it's important to maintain the integrity of the Board of Fish and let that process unfold in the public. I really would like to acknowledge the amount of effort and the unity among the members of Bristol Bay that made your voices heard, that the plan that you had created is super durable, and you wanted to see it continue. And I think your voices continue to be heard in this new language through the efforts that you have all made here over the last 2 days and 2.5 hours. And I think it's a measure of like, it's just amazing to me that those 5 years of work that you did ended up coming up with something that really reflects what you did and how much you care about these king salmon and your community and the future of your community and these kings. I think not enough can be said for that. And with that, I'd also like to say kings are resilient. They're durable just as people are, and that's kind of the hope that they give us. This plan was created only 2 years ago and 2 years and 10 months ago. And it was codified basically at the time through the Board of Fisheries in 2023 with 303-FB. And the whole idea was the creation of an OEG in the Nushagak River sockeye salmon to provide guidance to managers to restrict early season fishing for sockeye salmon to allow for king salmon passage through the district. This whole plan was done just 2 years, 10 months ago, signed by our chair. These fish haven't even probably left the river. If they are, they're now on their first journey into that brutal world called the ocean. And let's hope like heck they come back. And so I think this continues the plan that you guys created. And let's see in 3 years what happened from this brood stock that you guys helped preserve over the last 3 years.
Mr. Swenson.
I also am not happy with the plan. I don't think it went far enough. But, and I agree with Mr. Wood and my other members, there's a lot of time and energy put into this. And the only warning I would warn everybody is there are groups out there that are trying to get the king salmon to be an endangered species. And if the escapement gets low enough and they win that battle, you know what's going to happen to the sockeye run. Thank you.
So I'd like to get into a little bit of the elements of the plan, if I might. Did you have something you wanted to get into? Okay. So I appreciate all the work that has gone into this. And I just want to make sure that we're very clear, and the record is very clear on what the board's intention is with respect to the language that's before us. There's been several iterations of this, some of which I supported and some of which I didn't. I understand that there's been a lot of work that's gone into this. I just want to make very sure that we're all on the same page in some of the elements of this plan. For starters, initially, well, not initially, but one of the iterations, the last iterations that I think caused a lot of angst was this idea of regulation of the windows and the prescriptive 12 hours that through July 4th that folks had some heartburn with. In looking at the history of how this fishery has been managed by the department, and I'm specifically looking at data on RC 113, I want to ask the department explicitly, and Mr. Sands especially, how you would propose to manage these triggers and the fleets in light of the management plan. Would any of the language in here significantly change your approach?
Madam Chair, yes, and the trigger's 2% higher, so that's going to delay fishing tied to a day or two potentially. And we will be more cautious. We'll try and fish a little bit less just to protect more kings.
Thank you. In my opinion, I think, aside from the triggers, I think one of the most important elements in being to pass kings into the river is the use of windows and pulsing the fishery. Is it your intent to continue to pulse the fishery and use windows with the drift fleet and the set net fleet in order to try and manage between moving kings, as many as you possibly can, and also working to not exceed the upper end of the escapement goals?
Madam Chair, absolutely.
There's a lot of faith that's being placed in your management skills, and there's been a lot of accolade and thanks, and just a lot of folks saying that I think that you've been doing an excellent job, and I agree with them. So I just want to make sure that it's on the record that the use of those windows, and I think over time you've averaged around 12 hours, give or take. But I also would like to place on the record as another part of the iteration that was contemplated in discussion that happened in this with respect to the allocation of the set nets along Ecook Bay Beach and in the New Shagak district. And you are faced with an enormous challenge, right, when you're dealing with literally millions of sockeye and thousands of kings. And not only that, but you're also trying to manage for allocation between separate gear groups. And I just want to make sure that that allocation plan, which is also at the heart of a lot of consternation and fights that we have at this board, isn't lost in that, and that there is the expectation that you are also managing for that allocation.
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
With respect to the sport fishing portion of this, I agree, frankly, with some of my other members that I don't think that this language goes quite far enough. And while I think that going to single hook and no bait is a significant management tool to try and give some relief to those kings that make it into the river, I quite frankly was really disappointed to hear that people in the lodge business and in the sport fishery are retaining large hens. And I will say that for me, that does not demonstrate a recognition of the straits and the perils that this particular stock has been experiencing, that this board and the public has recognized, and quite frankly, is not a good show of good stewardship of the resource. And part of the responsibility of folks that are introducing guests into our watersheds and into our fisheries is to make sure that you are stewarding those resources well. And the killing of large hens, egg-laden, fecund hens that have made it all the way back and all the way up is unconscionable to me. There is no restriction in this language on retention of over 28 or retention of hens. For me, I would have much preferred to see that explicitly in this language, but I'm going to let it play out. But I do want it noted that, in my humble opinion, that there is a responsibility to steward these resources, especially the ones that are struggling, like the Nushagak River king salmon. And finally, I just want to make a comment on this subsistence clarification that is in this substitute language. It does speak to the subsistence fisheries and sort of just is a recognition, in my opinion, that if the Nushagak River is projected to meet less than 55,000, the commissioner may establish but does not require that they establish any restrictions on subsistence. And I would just want to belt, suspenders, underscore, what have you, that if that subsistence fishery is restricted, there damn well better not be any sport fishing or commercial fishing happening in Bristol Bay. Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, it would be our intention to manage that, knowing that we have a subsistence salmon ANS, and we would only take actions to protect king salmon and try to continue to meet the ANS for all salmon in that drainage.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that commitment on the record. And I had expected absolutely no less that would come from the department, but I just wanted to make that very clear in this discussion and on the record. And then I guess I have one more point that I would like to make in terms of the context of how this fits into the management plan. And I would invite my fellow members to give their opinions in this space as such, too. How I read this, and I think it also led to some of the confusion that may have occurred in terms of the delisting criteria and some of the sportfish management actions in the last year, especially, but maybe in the last couple years. This does not necessarily supersede the entire management plan, as I read it, and I'm interested in the department's opinion on this as well. However, the explicit provisions that are laid out in here with respect to the triggers in the commercial fishery, with respect to the management actions in Section 3, and also with respect to the subsistence fisheries, are intended. Those elements are intended to supersede the underlying management plan, but the management plan in and of itself does not go away entirely. And I just want to make sure that that's the understanding of the department.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Then I will stop talking for a minute, but I appreciate that this language was the result of a lot of angst-filled conversations. I am hopeful that this will provide some clarity going forward as we endeavor to recover these king salmon, and I will open it up to my fellow members. Mr. Carpenter, then Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say that the last part of our chair's statement to the department. I am 100% in agreement with that, and I appreciate the fact that the commissioner has also stated that he interprets it the same way. So a lot has been said on this particular proposal, and originally the proposal in Proposal 61. Now we have substitute language has gone through several versions. First, I'd like to thank everyone in this room, everyone within the watershed, everyone outside the watershed that have been able to work together to come to some sort of an agreement. And it's been stated on the record that nobody is completely happy with this. But the reason that we're even here talking about this, and the most important thing for me, is this is about king salmon conservation, okay? The Nushagak District, possibly with the exception of Cook Inlet, there's no other drainage in the state that is more complicated to manage. I really take my hat off to the people that do this every day, because in most places around the state, sometimes a tide results in 20 to 40,000 fish. In Bristol Bay, 6 hours could be 500,000 fish. And when you're trying to incorporate all aspects of this management plan and this stock of concern plan into those decisions that take place daily, I just am amazed how well it actually works. I think these changes to the triggers are reasonable. There's some reasonable expectation that some king conservation will come from that. I think Mr. Sands explicitly said on the record that that is his approach to the situation. I think in regards to the language, and it's like I said, it's gone through several iterations. I think the thing that I would like to stress myself to the department is, because of the conservative issue that we're dealing with king salmon, I think that the approach that we took with a very simple language of the reduction of the use of baits within the dates that are laid out and the treble hook, multiple hook aspect, I do think that that will provide substantial conservation, hopefully specifically with the big fish, okay? And I really do believe that that's going to have a pretty significant impact. Do I think it goes far enough? No, I don't think so. Because I think that the interpretation of when it's necessary to close the sport fishery could be interpreted completely different from manager to manager or commissioner to commissioner. And I guess my point is the earliest that you could bring that information to the public, not only the lodge owners, not only the clients of the lodges, not only just a general sport fisherman, I think it's a valuable thing to do that as quickly as possible when you can make that projection, okay? Because I think it's important to do that. And I think it's important to do that because if we need to have a further reduction because of conservation, I think it's the department's responsibility to do that as quickly as they can if they think that problem exists. And I guess finally, I would say that the most important thing for me in coming up with this language with fellow board member and the people that worked on this, I'm going to state it once again, it's king conservation. And so I'm going to support this language at this time.
Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, and thank you to all my board members for putting their thoughts on the record on this. I want to first acknowledge that we heard the public. There was outweighing public opposition to the original proposal 61. The plan that took 5 years and brought all the user groups together and that was agreed upon had good bones. It had purpose and methods. And there was a lot of thought and consideration, from what I understand, and compromise among user groups to come up with this plan. So what I don't want is I do not want there to be any thought that the 5 years of work that went into this is null and void. It's seen. I see it. This board sees that work that's being put in. And we got a chance to get an insight into what those 5 years looked like in these past 2 days, as all of the Bristol Bay users in this room came together to discuss what changes to Proposal 61 would look like, and what changes to this management plan, this SOC plan, would be relevant. When I was considering taking opposing any changes to the management plan, I couldn't in good faith make no changes today, knowing that you haven't met the lower end of your escapement goal in 7 consecutive years. Now, I recognize and want to put on record that we know that the sonar counts have their issues, okay? I want to recognize and appreciate that. However, those numbers aren't in front of me. The numbers that are in front of me are showing that we're not meeting escapement. And I would be remiss to leave this board table and come back in 3 years this board come back and it be 10 years of not meeting the lower end of the escapement goal. The other piece to this is, to me, this is not just simply about the blanket statement of conservation. This is about recovery of a stock. The goal is to get out of this plan. The goal is not for these rules in this language to be enacted in perpetuity. Once the measures of success are reached, which are outlined in the beginning of this proposal, these stipulations will go away. And so the faster that we can get to that point, the sooner you guys are less restricted. And so what we're asking is to take a little bit more of a conservation hit right now for the long-term sustainability of this resource. It's my understanding that in Bristol Bay 10 years ago, there was still commercial openers for kings. There's no commercial openers. Why? Because we're seeing these king numbers so low. This is a statewide issue. We are not just seeing this on the Kenai. We're seeing this on the Yukon River. We're seeing this in river systems and watersheds throughout the state. And it's a precautionary tale. It's not another region applying their issues to your region. It's a precautionary tale of us seeing the trends that are occurring throughout this state. I also want to thank Member Chamberlain and everyone who took the effort and time to put into this proposed language. And I would like to reference RC 5, which was a survey conducted by BBSRI of the effectiveness that the Bay users felt the existing management plan, how effective it was. And on a conservation level, there were quite a few respondents, over half, that said that the triggers did not provide enough, the existing triggers did not provide enough protection for conservation. And then in addition to that, that sport fish limits at the time did not provide enough for conservation. So not only is this board simply beefing up, if you will, the existing plan, I'm also looking at this saying that this is respondents from Bristol Bay who said the triggers and the sport in the existing plan weren't going far enough. I also would like to agree with my fellow board members and reiterate that I believe this plan should be working in tandem with the existing management plan. And I would also just like to read into the record and acknowledge the subsistence priority 1605258. We heard from the commissioner and our managers are assuring us that subsistence will be the last to go. This is a statute, it's not a regulation, so we're held to that standard. And so I don't have a lot of issues with putting in this stipulation about subsistence because it's simply clarifying what potential measures could be taken if that is required. However, these actions for limiting subsistence should not happen unless the harvestable portion of the stock or population is not sufficient enough to provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence, which would then be adopting regulations to eliminate other consumptive uses. So I want to thank everyone who worked on this plan. I want to thank my fellow members who worked on this and brought it forward. And I think that when we were asking the question of what does success look like, to me this outlines what success looks like, how we get out of this plan, and how we aim to recover this stock. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner, did you have a statement?
I'll let the board.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Godfrey.
So I would agree with Board Member Wood's opening comments and his perspective on this. And in substance, I don't disagree with anything any of my fellow board members have said thus far on the record. For me, one of the challenging things here is, index of comments, you had an entity and an individual supporting this and 9 pages of opposition, which was commensurate with the public testimony during this meeting as well. In my 6 years on the board, I don't ever recall 9 pages of opposition to a single proposal, nor do I recall such a disproportionate ratio of opposition to support. Well, it is the nature of the beast. A proposal comes before the board, and the board has the prerogative to pivot and provide substitute language. We do it probably every meeting on something or multiple things. It gives me heartburn from the standpoint that the amended language, I haven't heard public testimony or comments on to see how the stakeholders feel, because this isn't the exact proposal that they were speaking on. And that's very difficult for me. When I'm listening to public testimony, not just from both gear types in the commercial side, but the subsistence users, indigenous users, users who come from a lineage of families that have subsisted on the fishery for centuries, long before statehood or even the acquisition of Alaska by the United States, long before Russian contact. I struggle. And again, I will reiterate, I don't disagree in substance with anything my fellow board members said. The board is tasked with making these decisions. I unfortunately do not feel maximally informed by the stakeholders to move forward on this with the amended language, because I haven't had the opportunity to hear the public comment and public testimony from the stakeholders on the amended language. So for that reason, I will be echoing what Board Member Wood brought up, and I will be opposed to this.
Okay. I appreciate Member Irwin bringing up the issue of enumeration. That was a big part of the conversation that we've had over the course of the week also. And I just also want to acknowledge again the work that BBSRI is stepping into to provide supplementary information to the department so that we might be able to better manage these kings. But I do want to take the moment with Mike to talk about that it is incumbent upon all of the resource users to cooperate to keep us from digging this hole a little bit deeper, right, and faster. The idea of this action plan is to try and get out of it as quickly as we can and demonstrate recovery, stock recovery. So that's going to take the efforts of everyone that benefits from the bay, and particularly from the Nushagak. That means processors instructing your tendermen that not everything is a sockeye. That means tendermen shouldn't be smoking kings on their back deck or trading. That means that subsistence users need to be filling out their subsistence permits and returning them so that we get a good enumeration of what the subsistence use really is. And it means that the sport fishermen are, in good communication with the department and are filling out their harvest surveys and returning them. Everybody has a responsibility to get a better idea so that we have a better idea of what the use actually is and how many kings are actually out there. I heard in testimony earlier this week from the department that in the home pack numbers, they're thinking that it could be as low as 30 some odd %, hopefully as high as 50, that we're getting decent home pack numbers for kings. We're going to have that discussion in a minute. But I just want to reiterate that everybody needs to cooperate here and be a part of the solution. The last thing I'll ask is I want to make sure on the record, is there anything unclear about the board's intent with this action plan? Is there anything that the department needs more additional clarification on or board direction about?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll weigh in there. So earlier you mentioned the new stipulations in here. The background stays the same roughly. The Nushagak king salmon background regs stay in there, but the addition language supersedes those specific things. So in the sport fishery, the way we interpret this is that is going to ride throughout the season, and we're not managing to the 55, and we would not take further restrictions.
There's nothing in here that restricts your EO authority to take more restrictive actions.
Okay, so it's our discretion then.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to take a little bit of time here to kind of walk through this and listening to the debate that you guys had. So, again, as a manager here, you guys defined the Noshiak River king salmon as a stock concern. As a department, we take that action very seriously, and we take actions to try to meet the recovery objectives to get this stock delisted over time. So, let me be clear about that. That's clear direction you've given us, and it's clear direction that we use in our management approach moving forward. I appreciate that the recovery goals are in here. They're clear. I think that's a necessary step so that we know what our targets are moving forward in terms of management. The second part of this establishes when we open the fishery. We appreciate that guidance. It's how we've been managing really appropriately this last couple of years. We want to have clear dates established so that the users and the department managers know what those start dates are. Gives us clear guidelines on the sport fishery, especially following Director Payton's question. And it also, I just want to remind the board that the ANS for salmon is for all of Bristol Bay, for all salmon. We will very carefully restrict subsistence uses in the Noshiak in those areas where we expect that there might be high intercept of king salmon, but we still want to provide that opportunity for other species of salmon, knowing that it's an ANS and knowing that the ANS is across the entire bay for all salmon. The thing I'm going to raise now is the question that was kind of in earlier drafts of this plan is we have a start date, and then in the king salmon management plan, we have guidance on how to manage the fishery once we're out of king salmon conservation concern. It's this period of conservation concern between the start of the date and when we go fishing. The last couple of years, I've been managing this fishery, recognizing that 50% of the run gets through that fishery based on the department data on about June 28th. But we've been careful in going to full sockeye management until we get closer to 75% of that run. We've been trying to take efforts to pass king salmon and put them on the spawning beds, and I listened to your debate very carefully here. That's a desire for the board to do. So I really appreciate that you're entrusting the department to do the right steps here and to give us flexibility in how we issue those EOs, knowing that there's times when we could issue EOs that are going to be more than 12 hours in a single day during this period of time because of tides and a variety of other things. But I just want to caution everybody in this room that the direction I'm hearing from this board is to be cautionary until and try to get as many king salmon through that fishery prior to going into 24-hour sockeye fishing in that district. And so we're not gonna extend that, into late July. We don't want to miss this sockeye opportunity, but we will continue to use our EO authority in that kind of conservation window as we have the last couple of years.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to add to what I said in the beginning, and you ended on the point that I wanted to make as well. I mean, I see the stock of concern plan and the management plan being intertwined and working together and choosing the most conservative approach, especially throughout to that beyond potentially that July 1st date. Just protecting the kings early in the season might just put sperm in the gravel, small male jacks. I'd like to make sure that giving the department that flexibility to really see what's going on and managing it, to get the larger, more fecund females up into the river is super important, and they may not necessarily be exactly at the front of the run. So I think I'm glad that the department has shown that they have heard us and have that guidance down the road. And I also say that working with the department, there's no other place in Alaska so far that I've seen that actually has so much science And in one of the older papers I read by Michael Nelson, a management biologist here in the Bay, and he was asking for more science, more escapement goals in Bristol Bay, especially for kings. And I see that between the department and BBSRI, that's happened. There's probably no better science in the entire state than we're dealing with here, and it's still not enough. And so to get numbers and understand as much as we can about what's being intercepted down low, and having the processors work in tandem with the department to get those numbers is I think super important down the road. Just that cooperation between the department and the processors and BBSRI, I think, is an amazing tool that Bristol Bay has at their disposal. Thank you.
Mr. Swenson.
Just want to make one last comment. We allocate, and this is, it took me a couple years to figure this out. I'm kind of stupid maybe. But we allocate, but the fish in AF&G really provides, they make those allocations right. So we are really entrusting AF&G to, follow our allocation plans. And I think they have done a pretty commendable job. There's times when I'm not real happy with it, but, and there's times, that just happens. It's not their fault. This is a very complicated place, and I'm in no way am I coming down on the fishing game. But, so I just want everyone to know that we do allocate, and the fishing game are going to they have to provide, direction to our allocation, and we're all working together, and be patient. Thank you.
Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just quickly like to echo 2 points that I missed earlier. Is I also agree with Member Carlson Van Dort's comments about retaining hens and encourage our sport fish users to be aware of the size of the fish that you're gathering, the potential for spawning that's being taken away in that, and that's one of the stewardship practices that I hope is encouraged, not only of our local and residential sport fishermen, but also those that folks are bringing in through their lodges and other businesses. And I also wanted to echo the sentiments of Member Chamberlain, who is encouraging of looking into the commissioner's permits for alternative gear types. This is just keep in mind that as we continue to move through these heavy conservation measures, that sometimes gear type is something that this board considers, and we didn't change it at this meeting, but it's something to just be considerate of in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Irwin. Just a word on process, since it was brought up in this debate. This process is extremely public, but also imperfect. And typically, it is the practice of the board, and the process being my purview as the chair, to try and get substitute language out for people to comment on during the committee of the whole. That wasn't particularly possible at this meeting, I think, because of all of the various stakeholders and versions of language that had been floating around. I appreciate everyone in this room that stayed, that participated in that engagement. And while we didn't have an opportunity to have a full public vetting through committee or public testimony about all of the elements of this language, I know all the board members were out talking to stakeholders, and I had many, many, many hours of conversation over the course of the last few days. And I think that I had a fairly good understanding of the elements that the plans that were important to people and how they felt on it. So we also have the RC process through which people can provide written comments about elements of the substitute language. Unfortunately, sometimes the development of this language happens relatively quickly, and I just wanted to acknowledge the frustration that I've heard from the public about that, but it's the process in which we have, and I think I've done my best to provide time for those conversations to happen. So I just wanted to acknowledge some of Member Godfrey's comments about, not having the time to have, or the process to have an additional public vetting specific to this language, but I do appreciate everyone sticking around and having that conversation with all of the board members and with staff. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last quick comment. I think, one thing that's being added here is the direction to the department on how to delist. And, the provisions that are laid out in the management plan, they're going to be in effect until the lower bound of that SEG is met, was 55,000. So I think that's one piece of context that I would like to make sure that that's added to the conversation. I'm going to reference my subsistence review from prior proposals. There has been quite a bit of discussion here, but I'm just going to put that on the record. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. The question has been called. Errors and omissions.
Madam
Mr.
Chair, I
Mr.
don't
Lee.
know if the subsistence review was that put on record earlier?
Yeah, he just referenced it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. Seeing no other errors and omissions, Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 61 as amended. Chamberlain.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Irwin.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Godfrey.
No.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
That motion carries 6 in favor, 1 against, Madam Chair.
Okay, moving on to Proposal 69.
Madam Chair, Proposal 69, 06.391, Nushagak District King Salmon Stock of Concern Management Plan.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 69 based on the language in RC 128.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on Proposal number 69. Proposal 62.
Madam Chair, Proposal 62, 06.391, Nushagak District King Salmon Stock of Concern Management Plan.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 62 based on its action on within RC 128.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on Proposal 62. And I think that brings us almost to exactly 11 o'clock. Let's take a 15-minute break and come back on the record and complete deliberation of Group 1. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Time is 11:21. We're back on the record, continuing with, thank you. Continuing with Group 1 deliberations. We paused after Proposal 62, which now brings us to Proposal Number 64, please.
Madam Chair, Proposal 64, 5AAC 06.358, Wood River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area Management Plan, and 5AAC 06.391, Nushagak District King Salmon Stock of Concern Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would allow for the opening of the Wood River Special Harvest Area to harvest surplus Wood River sockeye salmon, while the broader Nushagak District would remain closed for king salmon conservation. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal. Opening the Wood River Special Harvest Area is an option that has been used in the past to harvest surplus Wood River sockeye salmon while reducing harvest pressure on salmon stocks returning to the Nushagak District, or the Nushagak River. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, thank you. So Tim, considering what we've done today, what aspects of this is trying to liberalize the Wood River area compared to what the triggers are in the action plan? Is there anything that we should be concerned with there?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Can you?
Well, I mean, this proposal's talking about harvesting excess fish basically in the Wood River, correct? And I guess what I'm getting at is, are they asking the action plan is very clear about the trigger for the Wood River. Is this trying to liberalize that trigger, or maybe could you just touch on that, or maybe I just don't understand perfectly what they're trying to get at?
Yeah, through the chair. So I think the proposal, what they're saying is that the trigger applies to the broader commercial district. And the suggestion here is that if the commercial district's going to be closed for an extended period of time, and there's surplus sockeye available in the Wood River that would be mostly Wood River stocks, there's a potential to harvest that fish in the Wood River,
Okay.
potentially.
I understand that clearly now. As a manager, considering the action plan and the triggers and all that, when you do have this situation, how would you approach it currently?
Well, I guess I would look at, once we start seeing an uptick in Wood River sockeye, we could potentially go in there and fish in the Wood River, slowing down the Wood River escapement, delaying hitting the Wood River trigger potentially, and then also delaying the future trigger. Because what's been happening is because we're front loading so much sockeye in the Wood River, it's a day or two after the commercial district opens, the Wood River Special Harvest Area opens, and we're fishing in the Wood River for the rest of the season. If we were to harvest enough in the Wood River earlier, it would potentially mean that we wouldn't hit that other 1.1 million trigger as early, and so there'd be more of a longer closed period in the Wood River. But really, at the volume of fish we're talking about early on, it probably wouldn't make a whole lot of difference.
Okay, just a quick follow-up to that. So I don't know, and tell me if I'm wrong as a manager, trying to open something in the Wood River prior to the triggers being met to open the Nushagak District as a whole, I mean, I guess that's possible, but I mean, is that prudent when it comes to everything we're talking about, especially with the potential of some kings being harvested in there?
Yeah, for the amount of fish that would probably be taken out of there, it probably isn't worth the negatives, I guess.
Okay.
Other board discussion? Is everybody still awake? Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Mr. Sands, your response to Mr. Carpenter's question just now, when you said it's potentially not worth the risk, is that you're saying that Proposal 61 as passing, it might not be worth the risk?
Through the chair, Mr. Irwin. No, I'm just saying that opening the Wood River Special Harvest Area a couple days early doesn't gain us as much, the gain from doing that is not worth the potential downsides.
Thank you for clarifying.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that clarification as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking back through my notes, and in committee of the whole, I think we heard on this proposal that that area wasn't open because there were kings in the wood, and early Wood River fishing is counter to king conservation. I think that's a little bit what you're getting at, Mr. Sands, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. We also heard contrary testimony that they're not catching kings in there. So it's a little bit of both, but I think that given your statement that I would agree with how you're assessing the use of that, of opening that area a couple days early, and probably won't be supportive. Other board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost to the department. I'd call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Seeing none, Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 64. Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal 65.
Madam Chair, Proposal 65, 5AAC 06.391, Nushagak District King Salmon Stock Concern Management Plan, and 5AAC 06.367, Nushagak District Commercial Set and Drift Gillnet Sockeye Salmon Fisheries Management and Allocation Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would right now, fish harvested in the Wood River Special Harvest Area are included in the main Nushagak District allocation plan when the Wood River is open to harvest surplus sockeye. This proposal would make that no longer the case. It would have a separate allocation for the Wood River Special Harvest Area. And the department opposes this proposal because it will reduce the department's ability to manage for sockeye salmon escapement and may increase king salmon harvest. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. Tim, has this always been the case in the Wood River, or did at some point in time this allocation plan not include that?
Right, through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. No, so when the Wood River was originally created in the late 90s, there were concurrent openings, and so there was no allocation plan. And then in like 2003, there was a proposal that made it so that the Wood River could only be opened if the commercial district was closed. That changed again in 2009, where they saw the value of having the Wood River open to harvest surplus Wood River sockeye while the district was also open. And then in 2012, the plan changed again, and they went from having concurrent openings to separate gear type openings. And that's when, so if we open the Wood River Special Harvest Area to conserve Nushagak River sockeye, then it's a 3-to-1 drift to set allocation, and the district is closed. When we're harvesting surplus sockeye and the district is open, since it's the same fishermen, everybody has to register to set net in the Nushagak District or drift. It's only Nushagak District fishermen that go up there. They just said take the harvest in the Wood River Special Harvest Area and add it to the Nushagak District allocation totals.
Okay. That's a very clear explanation. I appreciate the way you laid out. The way it's prescribed now in regulation, I think, is a good way to handle this area. And I guess I'll go to the allocative aspects of this proposal. I got to be honest with you, I had a hard time during public comment of, fishing is a choice. Places you choose to fish or drop your card is a choice. And I understand that set netters, are kind of set on where they want to fish, and they don't like to be as mobile as like a drift fisherman would be. But in other discussions in other parts of the bay, the set netters do move around, and I understand the situation at Ecock and the way the weather affects the beach and such. But it's, to me, not owning a boat or not wanting to go somewhere is really not a good reason for me to change the way this allocation is prescribed. And so for that matter, I can't support this.
Mr. Wood and then Ms. Irwin.
Yeah, thank you. Tim, when the senators are on the east side fishing and the fish are there, given that they're not traveling on the west side because of wind or, whatever they're doing, like it sounds like they have for the last 3 years, are they also harvesting not only Nushkak but Wood River fish as they go by their nets?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Wood. Yeah, I think generally speaking, the fish tend to be more concentrated on one side of the district or the other, and they're mixed out in the district.
Thank you.
Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. I think that for this proposal with the department's comments potentially affecting the ability for the management of this sockeye salmon escapement and the potential to increase king salmon harvest, I think I'm going to have to reference the precautionary approach on this one, and I think I'm also going to be opposing this proposal before us.
Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a lot of discussions with the user groups on this one, and the people on Ecock Beach, I very much, I get where your heartburn is on this one. But yeah, if we are looking at the precautionary principle and the potential increased harvest of king salmon, I haven't hit anything, and I always look at burdens, the burdens on the proposer to show us why it's worth taking that effort. And this one was, it pulled on me in several different ways, but when push came to shove, I don't think that burden of the proposer had been met. I'm very sympathetic to their causes and to their plea on this, but on this one, I can't get enough to hit yes on this. So that's it.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just quickly add to my past statement that I am sympathetic to the change of pattern on the Ecock Beach and and how the management plan has potentially impacted your ability to harvest fish earlier. And so therefore your allocation is off. And I feel badly about that. And for those reasons, it's you adapting to your circumstances is necessary sometimes. I know it's hard, but I am sympathetic to it. But for the sake of keeping it easier management and conserving kings, I'll be no on this.
Just to put a couple thoughts on the record, and again, referring to my notes from committee, I think there was some interesting discussion on this, and what I wrote down was managing for escapement and allocation secondary, and, or at least that was the sentiment. And my notes also referred to the comments that made sense in times of low abundance, but what about times in higher abundance? And I think that in times of higher abundance, I think that's almost more difficult to manage for allocation. And I think that's the problem that we've been confronted with on ECUC, particularly in these high sockeye years, and particularly with the added complexity of the action plan that that the department has been working with for the last few years. And I would like to reference my comments from the 61 proposal deliberation that we just completed. And in that, I reaffirmed the importance of the allocations and the plans in there. And it is very, very difficult to deal with massive amounts of sockeye and then trying to make sure that everybody gets their whack of them in a specific proportion. So I'm sympathetic to both sides of that conundrum. I think that this proposal is overly complex, particularly given the fact that we've got this action plan. It's like layer upon layer upon layer of regulatory complexity, and I just don't feel that it's the right thing to do at this time. But like I said, I want to reference my comments from the previous deliberation that allocation is important, and I know that the managers have committed on the record to, making sure that that is a concerted part of their efforts, and I have to let them do their job. Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for a private person to participate, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost of the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. Any errors and omissions? Seeing none, Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 65. Godfrey.
No.
Wood.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 63.
Madam Chair, for the record, Lee Borden. Proposal 63, 5 AAC 06.391, Nushagak District King Salmon Stock of Concern Management Plan. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 63 as the poser withdraw due to action from Proposal 61 with substitute language found in 128.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 63. Proposal 66.
Madam Chair, Proposal 66, 5 AAC 06.391, Nushagak District King Salmon Stock of Concern Management Plan. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 66 based on withdrawn support from the proposer based on action the board took on Proposal 61 with substitute language found in 128.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 66. Proposal 67, please.
Madam Chair, Proposal 67, 5 AAC 67.022, Special Provisions for Seasons, Bag, Possession, and Size Limits and Methods and Means in the Bristol Bay Area. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on Proposal 67, withdrawn support from the proposer based on board action on Proposal 61 with substitute language found in RC 128.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 67. Proposal 44.
Madam Chair, Proposal 44, 5 AAC 01 new section and 5 AAC 06.377 reporting requirements.
Madam Chair, move the board adopt Proposal 44 with substitute language found in RC 109.
Second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you. We have in front of us now the language in RC 109 in lieu of the original proposal's language. Staff comments, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so with the substitute language, this proposal would not allow any retention of a commercial fish caught king salmon by the commercial fishermen. Everything would have to be sold. And then everything has to be recorded on a fish ticket and can be donated, and especially to a food bank and charitable organization. There's a definition for caught in here. The department is neutral on this proposal. Existing reporting requirements in the commercial and subsistence fisheries provide the department with king salmon harvest information, but it is likely based on previous testimony to the board that commercial home pack harvest is underreported. Existing management plans provide the department directions for restricting subsistence fisheries when warranted. Restricting subsistence harvest based on time and area better accommodate traditional subsistence practices. To meet the board's statutory responsibility under the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence and commercial home pack retention regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses in the proposal, if the proposal is adopted.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate those comments, and I'll just offer some thoughts on this to kick off the discussion. So this was my attempt, artfully or other, to try and get at this conundrum of underreporting consistently in the home pack issue. And I have a little bit of experience with this in some of the discussions that we've had on the Kenai River, in particularly the set net fisheries. that the board ended up requiring mandatory retention for data collection of all king salmon that were commercially caught, and those king salmon were to be, I think, delivered to a processor or donated. I can't remember the exact nuances of that. And so this is what this was kind of attempting to mirror and get at. Oftentimes, when we are in king conservation times, the easiest thing to do is just say non-retention. And we've done that in the past in a lot of different areas of particularly Chinook stock of concern. And I signed on to some of that, but as I've spent more time on this board and thinking about those issues, we lose all of that information in non-retention, like whether the king is alive or dead, whether it was caught or not. We have no idea what those numbers were. And the point here is to try and get a better enumeration of kings that are caught in the fisheries. And I say fisheries, right? So this particular proposal is geared towards that home pack issue specifically, and it is only meant to apply within the New Shigak district and only meant to apply within the times that the department is acting under the stock of concern action plan. So this is something that would go away if the delisting criteria were met and the board delisted the New Shigak king salmon as a stock of concern. And currently, this would not apply as written to the entire Bristol Bay area. This is specific to the New Shigak district. And the idea is that we really, really want commercial fishermen, permit holders, to make sure that you're reporting your kings. It's not that we're trying to keep kings out of the hands of the people. That is not entirely what my intent is here. It's about trying to get a good count of what those kings are, who's using them, and how. So the permit, or I'm sorry, the language would require that all commercially caught kings, so kings that are caught during a commercial opener with commercial gear, are reported on a fish ticket. And you can't keep it. You have to either sell it to your processor, or you can work with any of the organizations here but to donate that king. You can take that king to the tribe, record it on a fish ticket, and have it donated back to you. But at least it's properly accounted for. At least that's the intent. That was my idea. Whether that's clear or not, I don't know. But that's what I was trying to get at with this language. My intent is also not to create a bunch of scofflaws in the Bay, right? And I don't want to, people to feel like they're being driven to criminality because they want to keep a king. But if that's the case, and you're willing to retain a king and not account for it, then a lot of the things that I've heard over the course of this week don't mean a whole lot to me anymore. Because this is about keeping us out of that hole and not digging it any deeper. And I suspect that we'll get an idea of that there's more kings in the district than we think there are. And that goes to helping to get us out of that SOC plan faster. And we can get more prescriptive and more surgical about what management measures are used if we get better information. So I'll pause there and let Mr. Bauer speak.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And yeah, I agree completely with your summary and the thoughts that go into RC 109. And I just wanted to add a few additional comments. So, this will certainly help with informing our knowledge of king salmon encounters in the commercial fishery by requiring king salmon to be retained. We've heard in public testimony that some people choose to release a king salmon. I'm personally skeptical about the survivability of a king salmon that's released from a gill net. So this will help our understanding of king salmon mortality in the commercial fishery. And the provision that requires the fish to be delivered to a processor or a charitable organization, donated to a charitable organization, recorded on a fish ticket, that's going to improve the catch accounting. There's already a requirement in place that home pack fish be recorded on a fish ticket, but we're aware that that's leaky. You know, we're probably not getting the best information there, and this should tighten that up. And lastly, I just wanted to say that we're supportive of this substitute language because of the improvements in reporting. There is an allocative aspect, and when Mr. Sands said we're neutral on that was what we were speaking to, as the allocative aspect, but we're supportive of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, to Mr. Bowers, Director. Are there other fisheries in Alaska where you're allowed to put a king back in the water after it's been caught?
Yes, Mr. Wood.
And so in this language here where it says caught must be retained, is there any problem with, if it's a live king that looks like it would be viable, returning it to the water? Legally, maybe that's a question for troopers.
So I contemplated that, and it's an imperfect solution, but what that encourages is king chucking. Because how do we have any idea what was alive or not alive? And that's why it has to be mandatory retention, in my opinion. I don't know if the troopers would like to add anything to that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we talked off record about the same salmon chucking in Area M and why there's mandatory retention, so I would agree with your statement there about making mandatory retention.
Thank you.
And before I get to Mr. Chamberlain, I also just wanted to put on the record as part of this discussion that the reason that I was willing to sort of put this forward also is that we heard in public testimony that there are organizations that are set up already to facilitate donations locally. So that was another reason that I was interested in exploring this solution, is because it's not like we're asking brand-new programs to be created, but hopefully those programs could be, fine-tuned and expanded if necessary. Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this one, I had a lot of heartburn over. On one hand, I understand what the kings mean to a lot of the local population, especially the native groups in the region. And I know the king salmon has a special place in a lot of people's hearts. But at the same, and so to prohibit home pack for that is a hard thing to ask of people. But ultimately, one of the things that kind of swayed me is there's what I'm seeing is a blurring of the lines between, subsistence and commercial fishing. And so I'm not comfortable with that blurring of the lines. And when it comes to mandatory retention and being informed as to what fish are actually being caught, and knowing that, given the reliability issues we've had in data in other fisheries, I'm not comfortable giving that gray area to that. Again, there's a lot of information that shows that kings that have especially been gilled, even if they show they're lively at the time of release, the post-release mortality may be more than people think. And for that purpose, I think we're going to get valuable information out of this. We're also going to make sure that we're not inadvertently killing a king that's not being kept. And for the effects on the population for subsistence, I think this offers an adequate means for people to obtain king salmon through one of these means. Or if you do, I have to do this now. I grew up on king salmon, but I subsist off of sockeye right now until I figure out how to catch them within the state. So with that, yeah, I welcome other board members' inputs on this one, because I chewed on this a lot, but right now I'm supporting it.
Thank you for bringing some of that stuff up. Let me just expand, and then I'll get to some of the other questions. So I just want to make sure that people understand that subsistence harvest of king salmon is still allowed. And it's allowed using either subsistence or commercial gear, as long as it's not happening during commercial opener, is my understanding of the regulation. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But what that would do is then just drive people towards getting a subsistence permit and then reporting on your subsistence permit what your catch of salmon was, whether that's king, sockeye, or whatever. The other intent behind this and doing that, requiring sort of that extra step, is to make sure that subsistence is truly subsistence under the law, and that it is legally eligible subsistence users that are accessing the king resource in this time of conservation. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well. Mr. Swinson.
Well, it says here that landing means successfully removing the fish out of the water. Now, I'm not a commercial fisherman, and I can imagine that it's probably pretty difficult to remove that fish or let that fish go without removing it out of the water. How is that possible to do that? I guess it's possible, but is it really? Was anybody going to spend the time to do it? I don't know. But anyway.
Well, I think that speaks to the mortality issues that Mr. Bowers raised, and it probably is not an easy thing to do. But if a king salmon is, in a gill net and coming through a drum, it's going to have a hard time surviving, even if it appeared to be potentially, in good shape. I know that a lot of the times the king sort of will hit the net and roll up in it, so they might not necessarily be gilled in it. But, again, I have to draw the line somewhere regulatorily so that it can be enforced and that the rules are clear for people. So it's not perfect, but I'm trying to reach the practical.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood and then Mr. Irwin.
Yeah, thank you. Just to put some thoughts on this on the record. Throughout the testimony and talking with stakeholders, I was very impressed with how every processor out there that buys fish sorts it, and then that fish it's purchased and then delivered to either Dillingham or Seashare or something like that. So I can understand, and I'm happy that those fish go to people that want them. The part of this that is hard to imagine, but given the state of where kings are now, is if somebody could legally have a subsistence permit, but they also have a CFEC like setnet permit, they're out there at their setnet site, they can't. Is it that they can't harvest that king? And they'll harvest that king and they have to sell it and not put it on their subsistence permit?
Well, they shouldn't be. That's the question. I don't think they would be putting it on their subsistence permit anyway. That could be potentially double reporting. If it's being caught on commercial gear during a commercial opener, it would have to go on a fish ticket, not a subsistence permit.
Okay, thank you. So to finish my thought, so that means that they'll have to separately, if they used to get their fish for their home pack through their commercial permit system, they'll have to sell that or give it, donate it, and then either get it, buy it back, or have it donated back to them, or they go out and set their subsistence net.
That's correct. Okay. And there's an accounting process for those donations as well.
Thank you.
And I also just want to acknowledge that I've had some conversations and that there are at least one processor that I spoke to that's already working through a donation program, and that the other organizations that are facilitating or implementing donation programs have agreed to work with this language.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. Question for the department. Do we have an estimate on the mortality rate of gilled fish?
Through the chair, no.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. My next question was for Member Van Dort. So I'm noticing that we have some specifics language outlined for the purpose of this subsection to ensure there's as much clarity in what your intention is as possible. Not to get into the weeds whatsoever, but I just want to make sure and acknowledge tribal and village entities are not specifically defined, and so the assumption is that village and tribal entity language is clear enough that it's going to get to the entities of your intention.
My understanding is yes. I don't know if Mr. Lee would like to speak to that. We had a conversation about this language.
Yes, Madam Chair, that was a last-minute adjustment to the language. I'll note that I personally drafted this language with the assistance of Ms. Hutter and Captain DeGraff and department staff. That is vague in a sense, just based on how the breadth of what constitutes a tribal or native entity in the region. And this hopefully should encapsulate everything, every organization that has an interest in distributing salmon in the region.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you. I'm comfortable with that language. I just wanted to ensure that the board was clear about the intention of it. I'll add a couple of my thoughts on record for this. It's not the intention of this board to increase complexity and the ability for folks to meet their subsistence needs. Again, I appreciate Member Van Dort bringing forward and working on this substitute language. This is a difficult issue to address. And given the lack of information that we have and the lack of data on the enumeration of these kings in this river, I believe this is going to be incredibly important. Also, I'll reference Member Chamberlain's comments about the gray area that exists, and this might help clarify some of that. I will just say for the record that the Noosh is the only river in the system that has a king escapement goal. I would be interested to see in the future whether or not this should or would be applied to the rest of the bay, given that we don't know necessarily if we have a concern for these other stocks, but we lack so much information that we're not even sure. So I'm happy with the language as written, but I just would like to put that on the record that we have other stocks that are I have concern about, but we have such little enumeration and knowledge that, we can't quite take action on that right this minute. So thank you again for bringing forward the amended language.
Thanks, Mr. Irwin. Yeah, I mean, the intent is to start somewhere, and I didn't want to get overly broad and overly impactful, and that the boundaries and the confines of a stock of concern designation and an action plan associated with that designation was what I thought warranted kind of the big step into restricting or making changes to the home pack program. And this is something that I believe that, the board authorized 20-plus years ago. It hasn't been around for a really super long time, especially in the context of the Bristol Bay fishery in and of itself. And again, I'm hopeful that this will not be an issue before too long if we can get out of this and people can get at it. I know that there's a lot of discussion that I am anticipating coming forward in the relatively near future around home pack. I believe we have a proposal on it for statewide, and so this conversation will continue. But again, this was just my attempt at trying to be creative about how do we get better numbers. I don't love it, but it's really important we get better numbers. Mr. Irwin.
Thank you. I would just, I'm just wondering if there's any, how will this, is there any concern on how this will be enforced in terms of, for enforcement?
Ms. Irwin, through the chair, we had a chance to weigh in on the language that's being developed, and we believe it's enforceable. I mean, we're neutral on the proposal, but we believe it's enforceable. And we also understand the intent, and that'll have to be communicated to our staff out there as well.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
And because it's allocative, I'll just touch on the allocation criteria for the record. Again, going to the history of the personal use, sport, guided sport, and commercial fishery. The commercial fishery is one of the oldest in the state. The home pack piece has been around for, like I just mentioned, 25 some odd years. And it has been an important source of getting fish into people's freezers. So I definitely want to acknowledge that. In terms of the numbers of non-residents who have participated in that, I think that's a lot of people, both residents and non-residents who have benefited from the home pack program or allowances in the regulation. And I expect that there would be many who would continue if it were allowed. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm definitely recognizing that there's an allocative shift away from particularly non-subsistence users or not legally eligible subsistence users to subsistence users potentially with this language. And the importance of each fishery in providing residents the opportunity to obtain fish for personal and family consumption. That's exactly what this speaks to. And so I think we've had a good discussion on that part, and I recognize exactly what we're doing, sort of allocating away from, I would say, primarily non-eligible subsistence users in Bristol Bay in the Nushagak. However, I would also like to acknowledge within the allocation criteria that there are alternative fisheries resources available. Okay, this is just for kings and it's just for the Nushagak. You can still harvest sockeye home pack, you can still harvest coho and chum home pack. And again, it's for the Nushagak district. So you can move out of the Nushagak district, and the home pack program, as it has been utilized and applied for the last 20 some odd years, is still normal. So I think that there is still reasonable opportunity for people to harvest fish. And in terms of the importance of it to the economy of the state, we've also heard testimony that kings don't particularly hold a high value, especially in comparison to the sockeye, and so it's not where people are making the bulk of their income in the fishery. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I'll just make one brief statement. When I saw the proposal, when it came out, I was kind of shocked. And so I appreciate the chair bringing this substitute language forward. I think it is a hardship, and I struggle with the idea that it's a hardship because there are a lot of people in Alaska, particularly, that because of the nature and the way the commercial fishing season works, it was a very important part of them being able to provide certain amounts of king salmon for their use throughout the winter and the year. Realizing the fact that subsistence is not going to be affected, I think that the opportunities still exist. And other species, as the chair also said, I think are important. So initially I struggle with that, but I think we're in a stock of concern, and this is a problem that might be here for a while. And so I like the idea of reporting. I like the idea of reporting in general. And I think there's a lot of reporting that is very inadequate. And so I think when you look at areas that have stock of concerns in place, I think I can support action in a region like this or a particular drainage. I think that other areas of the state might be very different, and I might have a very different opinion. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Approval of this proposal does not expect to result in the additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal does not expect to result in the additional cost to the department, or is expect to result in additional cost to the department for administrating of new reporting requirements. And I'd call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. I think we'll reference the subsistence reg review. Also, just that we've talked about, it is in a subsistence area. This is user. We've talked about adequate alternative resources, and this isn't restricting subsistence either. So I just would put those on the record. Are there any errors and omissions? Okay, question has been called. Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 44 as amended. Svensson.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Irwin.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Madam Chair.
All right, I just conferring with my vice chair here, considering it's 12:05. I was really hoping we would get through deliberations by lunchtime, and it looks like it's going to take us a few more minutes. So I'd like to pause now for our lunch break and come back on the record and complete deliberations group 1 at 1:30. So we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you. Check the football scores, too. All right, welcome back, everybody. Time is 1:41. We are back on the record. We got 7 to 7 members present, and we're going to go ahead and continue with deliberations. Group 1, I believe we paused at proposal number 58. So proposal number 58, please.
Madam Chairman, Proposal 58, 5AAC 06.358, Wood River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would increase the trigger that allows the opening of the Wood River Special Harvest Area to commercial harvest of surplus Wood River sockeye salmon when the total run is estimated to be greater than 5 million fish. The department is neutral on this proposal. Opening the Wood River Special Harvest Area is an option that has been used in the past to harvest surplus Wood River sockeye salmon while reducing harvest and pressure on salmon stocks returning to the Nushagak River.
Can you talk about the department's stance or comments on this one, please?
Yeah, I mean, the department's neutral because it's allocative. In general, you know, the current trigger seems to be working. Obviously, we have OEGs for the King Salmon Stock Concern Plan, and, you know, those OEGs are designed to get salmon through the regular commercial district. Once they're in the Wood River Special Harvest Area, we use the Wood River Special Harvest Area to harvest surplus sockeye for Wood River.
Thanks, Tim. I think we've seen a proposal that was pretty similar to this earlier today. I think I'll reference my comments from that one, and that, you know, at this time, we need to see how this plays out. I heard that repeatedly during public testimony, and I'm not interested in, I think, monkeying with this at this time, but I'm interested to hear if anybody else has comments. Mr. Wood, and then Mr. Owen.
Yeah, I also would reference my comments. I believe it was on Proposal 65 regarding it, and I feel like the triggers are set where they need to be right now, and especially with how it was referenced, how it would the need for king conservation. So I'll be voting no on this.
Mr. Owen.
Thank you. To Mr. Sands, in the last, say, 5 years, and I'm sure this is in my notes here, but I'm just going to ask you, how often has that escapement reached or been projected to reach over 5 million fish?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Warren. So it's not the escapement over 5 million, it's when the total run for the Wood River is forecast to be over 5 million, and I believe it's been over 5 million for every year, except for maybe 2010, 11, and 12, since I've been in Bristol Bay.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for clarifying that for the record. And I think I'm going to do similar to some of my other fellow board members in referencing my comments on prior proposals regarding this issue.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Questions been called, errors and omissions? Seeing none, Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 58. Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Motion fails 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 59.
Madam Chair, Proposal 59, 5AAC 06.358, Wood River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area Management Plan, and 5AAC 06.367, Nushagak District Commercial Set and Drift Gillnet Sockeye Salmon Fisheries Management and Allocation Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would require fishing opportunity in the Wood River Special Harvest Area for both set and drift gillnet gear types when the Wood River Special Harvest Area is open to harvest surplus Wood River sockeye salmon. And the department is neutral on this allocative proposal. Opening the Wood River Special Harvest Area is an option that has been used in the past to harvest surplus Wood River sockeye salmon while reducing harvest pressure on salmon stocks returning to the Nushagak River.
Thanks, Tim. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thanks.
And then Mr. Wood.
I think the part of this proposal is the word require. That does tie the hands of the department to a certain degree. We have we have thresholds that we're using to open this, and I think they're appropriate. I think we talked about it a little bit in the last proposal, but, I mean, in the last, as Ms. Irwin asked last time, I mean, this is utilized quite often, and the opportunity that has been provided has been, it seems like it's been very adequate. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be able to support this.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I would echo that, Member Carpenter. And then also regarding the word require, I think the department is managing this quite well already, and I'll also refer to the other comments made regarding this Wood River Special Harvest Area on previous proposals.
Mr. Swanson, did you want to speak?
No.
Oh, okay, your mic's on. I was just,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no worries, I just making sure. Yeah, I think we've had a pretty good discussion around this allocation in the new Shigak, and I agree with my fellow members that require is just a little too restrictive, and that the whole spirit of the discussions and deliberations thus far has been hoping to provide as much flexibility as possible to be able to manage such a dynamic situation. So, as the new Shigak, Sockeye, and King escapements and harvests go. Ms. Irwin?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with those sentiments and would just add that there was quite a bit of public testimony urging this board to allow flexibility for the manager, so thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional costs to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions? Seeing none, Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 59. Godfrey.
No.
Wood.
Nope.
Chamberlain.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 60.
Madam Chair, proposal number 60, 5AAC 06.358, Wood River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area Management Plan.
Madam Chair, I move the board take no action on Proposal 60 as the proponent has withdrawn in support and found in RC 125.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 60. Proposal 56.
Madam Chair, proposal 56, 5AAC 06.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
Madam Chair, this proposal would remove the sunset date for the regulation that was put in the last board meeting that defines, that has a GPS-defined line for the offshore distance for nets in this area. And the department supports boundary lines based on GPS coordinates because they are easy to enforce and clear to the public. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal.
Board discussion, please. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. Before I speak to the merits of the proposal, the Department of Public Safety has provided us comments on Proposal 56. So I'm reading it right now. I'm not sure if the Department of Public Safety would like to comment any more on the record other than what's in there, but I'd like to hear from them if they do.
Captain DeGraff.
Yes, Mr. Carpenter, to the chair, we do support the proposal. We agree this makes it easier to understand for both fishermen and for enforcement. And then talking to our staff in the area, they concurred with that and said it's brought some clarity and less misunderstanding of the area. So we certainly support it.
Other board discussion, Ms. Irwin.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely seeing and hearing a lot of testimony about these different boundary issues and trying to address those. I think that especially with the comments that were just made by enforcement, that this worked for this time period that it was tested for. And so I'm in support of clarifying these boundaries and putting this into formal regulation to provide that enforcement clarity as well as clarity for the users.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I too like the, I mean, if the troopers are supportive of this and it's what the ECUC people out there have been asking for, I'm very supportive of it as well. Clear boundaries are nice to know where you stand.
This is an example of why I don't particularly love sunset dates, because here we are talking about keeping something that works rather than removing something that doesn't, if that makes any sense. So I'll be supportive of this proposal. Other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. E&O. Seeing none, Director Nelson?
Final action on proposal 56. Irwin.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 57.
Madam Chair, Proposal 57, 5AAC 06.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Madam Chair, move we adopt proposal 57 with substitute language found in RC 126.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, we have the language in RC 126 in lieu of the original proposal. Staff comments, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so as for the language in RC 126, this proposal would make it illegal for a drift gillnet vessel or any part of their gillnet, their line, their buoy, or any other device used to drift gillnet to come into contact with set gillnet line or anchor or anything used for set gillnet operation. And the department supports regulations that decrease conflicts between user groups and promote an orderly fishery, and the department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Sands. So a couple of comments. First of all, this original proposal dealt with a couple, well, primarily was intended to essentially exclude about an 18-mile swath of beach from the drift fishery. We heard a lot about this in public testimony. My substitute language is intended to basically try and triage some of the conflict that has occurred on this beach, recognizing that this section, for whatever reason, is exceptional from the other set net areas in the Bristol Bay region because it has no 100 feet sort of buffer between drift and set net gear, which I understand has been problematic, expensive, and dangerous. So I offered the substitute language in order to try and deal with that specifically. I was not necessarily in opposition to exclusionary provisions of some sections of this beach. I understand that from an enforcement perspective, it's a heck of a lot easier to enforce a line rather than, what the substitute language is contemplating. But it was my assessment that the area under consideration was just a little bit too much, because we heard in public testimony that particularly the southern end of that beach was not necessarily always utilized by set netters, and it didn't seem necessary to exclude the drifters from fishing in that area if nobody else was in there. So that's the spirit in which the substitute language was offered, and I understand that Member Godfrey might have an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, in conversations with stakeholders as well as enforcement, I would like to amend the language in RC 126 referring to Proposal 57, Item 2, the final line, where it says other gear, and strike out other gear and replace with pulley. So it would be strike out other gear, so it would read peg, stake, buoy, or pulley used in the operation of a set net.
Second. And I'd ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection to the amendment to include the word, strike other gear and include the word pulley? Hearing none, so moved. other board discussion on RC 126 as amended? Ms. Irwin?
Thank you. Thank you, Member Godfrey, for bringing this to the board's attention. So I'm not as familiar. I've seen this gear utilized, so I have relatively good idea, but obviously I'm not a user of either of these gears. So in your conversations with these users, they felt that pulley, replacing other gear with pulley would include, in addition to all of the other gear laid out in this, that it would be all encompassing. So we're not missing a piece of their gear, correct? I just want to clarify.
Yes, that's correct. It is for the benefit of precision for enforcement. We itemized every item that would be used in the process, and therefore it is all encompassing. You are correct.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yeah, I just for the record, I just want to be clear about this, and maybe the Department of Public Safety can just clarify it. So if this language is amended where passed, does this give the set netters on this Ecock Beach area super exclusive access to that area?
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, that is not our interpretation, that it's super exclusive.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board discussion? Yeah, like I said in sort of my comments on the original language, this is intended to try and reduce some of that conflict. I heard in public testimony that some drifters have, I think the term was bad manners. And while that, I'm not going to comment on whether or not that's true. What I will say is that in my experience, grown adults are difficult to teach manners to. It's a lot easier to teach kiddos. So I think that some type of enforcement action and some clarification in the reg is warranted to try and, keep people off of each other's stuff. Mr. Godfrey.
As for the proposal, in its original form or as amended, philosophically, and I've said this in other areas of the state, given the fact that set netters are anchored down literally and figuratively to a fixed location, and when the fish aren't coming there, they don't have the ability to pursue them and relocate with the fish the way drifters do. My general approach to this matter is provide the buffer that the user group on the beach is asking for to reduce gear conflict. Certainly, in its original form, I would not have been okay with the idea that there's miles and miles of beach that were precluded from being fished off of by the drift fleet when, in fact, there's no set netters operating there. So, and I do understand this looks like an exclusive zone for them, but in talking with the stakeholders a couple decades back, they actually were able to go much farther out into the bay and off the beach, and eventually that was whittled away, and all of that was given to the drift fleet to access at the expense of what used to be accessible by the set net fleet. So trying to strike a balance here, I am sympathetic to this issue and supportive of it.
Thank you, Member Godfrey. I'd also just note that the language offered was intended to be representative of the Nushagak AC's amended language. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Seeing none. Director Nelson.
Final action on proposal 57 as amended. Svensson.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dork.
Yes.
Irwin.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Thanks. So I said we're going to go in the roadmap order, but I'm going to put a little twist in it for you. I think we're going to take up proposal number 55 before 54, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, so proposal number 55, please.
Madam Chair, Proposal 55, 5 AAC 06.368, Nushagak River Coho Salmon Management Plan, and 5 AAC 06.358, Wood River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so in the Nushagak District, I started there in 2000, and there wasn't a lot of interest in commercial fishing for coho salmon or pink salmon. Over time, that changed, and around the 2008, 10, one processor started having interest in buying pink salmon and subsequently coho salmon, because you get one with the other, basically, because it overlap in run timing. And if you'll remember from the earlier reports, at the time there was no coho management goal. It came back into being because there was increased pressure on coho salmon. And then that continued kind of through 2018, 20. We did start the sonar back up again to count coho, so we had that information. Subsequently to that, there's just not been any large-scale processor interest in coho salmon the last several years. If that should change again, the department has the ability to use catch per unit effort and other fisheries metrics like that to manage coho salmon fishery. So this proposal would seek to just remove the coho salmon management plan from regulation, and the department supports this proposal. No future assessment is expected to inform stock assessment or escapement goal analysis. The department considers the Nushagak District coho salmon fishery to be sustainable and has no biological concerns, and will respond to conservation concerns if they arise through the use of emergency order. To meet the board's statutory responsibility under the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if this proposal is adopted.
Board discussion. Ms. Irwin.
Mr. Sands, without having current and recent coho numbers, how can you say that there's no biological concern for the species?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Irwin. So looking at the last 3 years of the commercial fishing, the number of deliveries we see in the Nushagak District really drops off significantly, around the third week of July, the fourth week of July. And, 2023, we had 52 deliveries on the 22nd, and then by the 29th, by the 27th, there was 0 deliveries, and then it was only 1 or 2 deliveries after that. The midpoint of the peak of the coho run is into August. 2024, there was a few more deliveries than that, but it's still 21 deliveries was kind of the high number after the 26th of July, and it's just not enough to impact the stock. The exploitation rate would be probably 25% or less at a maximum. Again, in 2025, 5 deliveries, 6, 10, 14, there's just not that much effort directed. But again, if a large-scale processor wanted to buy, we could look at the catch, look at how many people are participating in the fishery, and then restrict fishing time as needed.
Thank you. I'll just note that exploitation of a species is not the only thing that affects it. And so for me, not knowing a number on what this species looks like, how the spawning grounds look, how the recovery rate is going, it's hard for me to conceptualize of throwing away this plan and completely not considering. The beginning of this plan states the purpose of this management plan is to provide guidelines to ensure adequate spawning escapement of coho into the Noosh River system. And basing just solely off the delivery numbers doesn't make me very comfortable with that. So that's where I'll start.
Mr. Bowers.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just had a few comments on this related to escapement goals and escapement goal management. So a department SEG, for example, allows us to target maximum sustained yield. It's a specific management target where we can identify maximum sustained yield from a salmon stock. But we manage many salmon stocks throughout the state sustainably without an escapement goal. So when we don't have an escapement goal, we're not seeking to target maximum sustained yield. We're just targeting sustained yield. There's many examples around the state of heavily utilized fisheries where an escapement goal is not in place. This management plan, I mean, the underpinnings of it are assessment of escapement. So we're no longer assessing escapement, so that lacking that escapement data, the plan, it's difficult for us to implement the plan. Catch and effort information from commercial fisheries is a very common tool that is used to manage fisheries sustainably statewide. And it's a practice that we've had in place for decades, and it's proven to be sustainable. So that just some, this is a topic that comes up from time to time with the board, and I just wanted to make a few comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. I appreciate those comments, and I appreciate what is contained in the staff comments for Proposal 55. I have no idea whether or not this is part of, a larger administrative priority, but to repeal an entire management plan seems unnecessary, considering, the Nushagak is one of the few rivers with escapement goals. And if that were the department's intent in terms of what Mr. Sands read for the management and assessment of subsistence, availability, et cetera, I much would have preferred to see, and this is speaking to 54 somewhat also, language that codified that. Because in future department leadership may or may not have any guidance associated with coho plan or coho management if we repeal the entire plan. So while I am sympathetic to the fact that the current plan is predicated on escapement assessment, I would have much rather seen some language that was an affirmation and a commitment to how the department would be protective of coho sustainability in the Nushagak River. Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to echo Ms. Carlson Van Dort and Ms. Irwin's statements on this. I think one of the overwhelming things we've seen from this board, or the messages I've heard from this board, is that the lack of information we have concerning non-target species and the lack of oversight over those fisheries is concerning. It's hard to regulate from a place of ignorance on this, and so to simply walk away from a management plan because there's no information or no target data, I still have a lot of heartburn with that, and so I'll leave it at that for the time being.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I have a little different of opinion when it comes to this one, actually. I tend to agree with a lot of what Mr. Bowers said. While I'm a very big proponent of assessing things and allowing the department to have the information they need to manage these things, I think the only tool the department has right now is the information that's derived from fish tickets. From the few people that are out there, I would assume most of those are local drainage people at the end of the season. I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Sands, but you understand the run timing of coho and the information that's derived from those fish tickets. You know if there's too much pressure or not enough pressure, or you can liberalize through EO based on the amount of pressure and the amount of fish being harvested in accordance with the run timing that you have a clear understanding of. And if I said anything incorrectly there, please tell me so. Okay, so I guess I understand the concerns of other board members, but I think without the information, trying to force the department, quite frankly, into following a management plan where they don't actually have the tool to follow the management plan is hard for me to kind of figure out. So I guess that's my 2 cents for now.
Mr. Swenson, then Ms. Irwin.
I'm consistently concerned about coho, and I'm with the group that we need to leave the plan in place. Even if you're not using it, it just does, it's like Well, we're going to get rid of it, so we really don't care about them. I care about them, and I think a lot of us care about them, and I think that just completely removing this plan makes people think that we don't give a damn about them. So I'm a no on this.
Ms. Irwin?
Thank you. Mr. Sands, apart from taking away half a page from the regulation book, what effects would this have if it was taken out of the book on the way you manage now? Does this currently tie your hands at all with management?
Through the chair, Ms. Irwin, no.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. Throughout the public testimony, there was quite a bit of conversation about direct marketing that people did at the end of the year. And I'm sure you've got harvest tickets to show like what that is, the numbers. People switching to using sock coho for salmon for strips more now than they were, since they're not using kings. Given the fact that coho can be an awesome sport fish, and these coho in the noosh are heading up to the largest, clump of lodges in the area. And the fact that the noosh has it has all 5 escapement goals, and we have a bunch of sockeyes, we've got the king goal, but I mean, the fact that the noosh has this coho goal is pretty unique, and we see how long it takes to create a management plan, and we have one now, and I see the department like, oh, we're not using it, and we look bad if we're not using it, but you have it, it's there already. If there was a reason, because coho fluctuates so crazy in their natural environment that it seems like it would be actually a good tool to have it there. And if it meant keeping the sonar in, say, another month or whatever, that might be the expense to it. But I really am, after all of those things that I've heard and always asking for more information on or science on these fish, I'm not at all comfortable, honestly, with saying get rid of this management plan. And I don't like going against what the proposer obviously knows this area well. The department does, but to me, I'm not that comfortable with getting rid of it for all the reasons that I just put forth.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Godfrey?
Generally speaking, when there's a management plan, and I think it's on what I'm about to say applies equally here, through implementation of triggers or language, it restricts what the department can or can't do or must do, but the absence of that plan doesn't restrict the autonomy that the department has to address unanticipated, unforeseen outcomes in the absence of the plan. So it's not like eliminating the plan suddenly completely takes an arrow out of the department's quiver or multiple arrows out of their quiver to address this. So I don't have any problem with it, and I find the department, their comments during this deliberation very compelling, as well as their written statements here. So again, the absence of the plan doesn't mean the department can't address unforeseen or unexpected outcomes that trigger conservation concerns.
Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and reference my subsistence review from prior proposals. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. E&O. Seeing none. Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 55. Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
No.
Motion fails. 2 in favor, 5 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 54.
Madam Chair, Proposal 54, 5AAC 06.368, Nushagak River Coho Salmon Management Plan.
Madam Chair, move the board take no action on proposal 54 based on its action on 55.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal 54. That concludes deliberations on group 1. Let's take about a 15-minute break and we'll set up for committee of the whole group 3. All right, welcome back. Time is 2:44. We are going to get into Committee of the Whole Group 3. Committee of the Whole Group 3 is the Sport Fisheries Committee. It has 11 proposals in it. Our chair is Chair Swenson. Just a quick reminder for folks, in case you weren't here for how the other committees work, we use the sort of New England town hall meeting style. It's intended to provide new information, ideally for some dispute resolution. We're not interested in debates or repeating information or information that's already been received through your public testimony. So I'm going to go turn this over to Member Swenson, but I do just want to say, remember that when you come to the mic, please state your name for the record every single time you come up there. And again, if substitute language is being developed or you think it should be developed, please speak to what you think it should say or what it does say. And Mr. Swenson, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, okay. I want to emphasize, if you want to talk, get up here and sit in one of the front chairs, and so we can move this as quick as we can. I mean, it's been a long meeting, and we don't want to cheat anybody out of what they have to say, but we just want to move things along. And I really want to emphasize that new language, and please, if somebody has said new language, please don't keep coming up and repeating that same new language again. It's not working for us. All right. With that, we'll get started with proposal 103. 105. Better put my glasses on. 105.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Lee Borden, Bristol Bay Area Manager for the Division of Sportfish. Proposal 105, 5 AAC 06, new section. Mr. Chair.
Would anybody like to speak to 105? Come right on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nancy Morris Lyon with Bear Trail Lodge and Rancho Air Service out in King Salmon. I am the submitter of this proposal, and I did it because of the same reason that we've had so many debates here this week about the king salmon. And I just feel that the Naknek River and the Alagnak River have never had management plans put in place. They've never been, they have been protected by Department of Fish and Game, but I think that they could have perhaps some better tools in place if they had management plans in place. We don't have any recent data, but in years past, I've been out there for over 40 years, and in my first years, quite a few years, in fact, we had a lot of data for the Naknek River, and it's in place. RC 69 is the reference to the data that we had previously, as well as any recent data they had. The last actual enumeration of the runs done out there was in 2008, and there has been no actual flying of the river systems since then to get a count on what we have for kings on the spawning beds, I guess is a good way to put it. The systems are small. I know there's a cost to having these plans, but I'm also in contact with some of the pilots that used to fly to have these done. They're approximately 3 hours in order to get the counts done. Back in that time, that was by fixed wing. Certainly don't want to tell the department how to do their job either, but it is minimal amount of time, not a huge expense for that portion of it to get some counts on the books so that we can have a baseline at least of where we might want to be. I'm also have put in a proposal with the Alaska Peninsula group. You'll see it here in your future meeting, and have been in contact with them. They are already busy writing plans for you to look at. I apologize, we don't have any put together, but I feel like we do have enough data and information in place that it would not take a whole lot of effort in order to perhaps at least put a rough draft of a plan together that could be a starting point, and that's really what I'm looking for protection of the kings in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Any questions? Well, anybody else? Seeing no questions, let's move on to 185.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 185, 5 AAC 06, new section. Mr. Chair.
Anybody wish to speak to this?
The proposer, Patricia, this is Nancy Morris Line from King Salmon. The proposer was unable to come due to personal emergencies, and she really apologizes for not being here in person. She had submitted a very similar proposal to my proposal, and I think just referencing my previous comments, she also sees the need and concerns for the Naknek River, especially in particular, for some sort of management plan to be put in place.
All right, Nancy, thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else? Moving on to Proposal 96.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 96, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Mr. Chair.
Anyone wish to speak to this?
Heath Lyon, King Salmon resident and Bear Trail Lodge. I might have a couple different topics from different areas of that. I felt bad because I was at the AC meeting, and luckily we got called by one of the board members to make sure we were there. There were, I think, us and one other lodge. I didn't see much of the local people that are going to fish on the Naknek on August 1. Once the buoys get pulled in front of us, the boats come out, for the silvers. Everybody comes and catches silvers, not a lot of pressure on the kings. And a lot of them will use the treble hooks and like the K15s and 16s that have double trebles that they'll use. And I just want to make sure that got use of what they use. And as far as that one is there, it's not really a catch and release area. Most people are keeping their 5 and leaving, that kind of fishery. So I just wanted to leave that as. Thank you.
Thank you, Heath. Any questions from the board? Okay, well, let's move on to proposal. Oh, sorry, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Randy Alvarez. I'm concerned about this proposal because it says year-round, and I still fish smelt in the Naknek River in the wintertime through the ice, and those smelt hooks are treble hook. Without a treble hook and a little tiny lure, it's be difficult to catch smelt in the wintertime. So that's my only concern, is for in through the ice in the winter for smelt.
I don't blame you. Okay, thank you, Randy. Any questions from the board? Moving on to Proposal 97.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 97, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means in Bristol Bay area. Mr. Chair.
Anyone like to speak to this? Please, if you're going to speak, come on up and get in those upper chairs too. I know we like to watch you walk up, but.
I'm counting my steps.
Oh, we don't want to count your steps.
Nancy Morris Lyon, Bear Trail Lodge, Rancho River King Salmon resident. I am unfamiliar with the proposer of this particular proposal, but we are already limited on, there's been no use of bait in the Naknek River for, I think 1990 was the last time we used bait in the Naknek River, and the hooks, we've already said about the hooks, upper river, lower river. So it doesn't really apply, but I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that, that most of that's already covered other than the multiple hooks.
Does that apply in the whole river for kings also?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
No bait, yeah. We've been without bait since 1990-ish.
Because I remember when I fished it, you could use bait, but that's been
It was
quite a few
something,
years
huh?
ago. Yeah. Yeah. Not the 1800s, but. Anybody? All right. Seeing nobody else, how about the board? Does anybody on the board have a question? All right, well, let's move on to 98.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 98, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Mr. Chair.
Does anybody wish to speak to 98? Well, you're getting lots of steps in.
I was afraid I might. Nancy Morris Lyon, Beartrail Lodge, Brent River Air, King Salmon resident. This proposal is developed by a couple of users of the Naknek River. My biggest heartburn with this proposal, as lodge owners in the area, I honestly don't know of any lodge owner any longer that pushes or forces or encourages folks to fish hard on kings. Kings are more of an incidental fish now. Most of us religiously practice releasing any female that we know is a female. Obviously, we can make mistakes because we're human, but that has been a standard practice for many years at our lodge, and most boxes are filled with sockeye. The reason that this proposal tends to give me heartburn is because I myself prefer to go get my fish with rod and reel and not take the time to put a subsistence net out, because it can be much more selective that way. And when this takes away that opportunity for me, I don't need a whole lot. I'm happy with the small limit that's allowed. I do have a problem with it. So I understand that having it on the books would allow others to do it, but I just don't see I don't see a ton of it happening out there, and I'm not sure that the savings, because we're so limited in the number we're going to catch depending on the size of the run, which our run size has never been huge anyway, that I think our limiting factors are already in place to keep us more honest.
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
Yes.
Anyone else coming up to speak to this? Any questions from the board? Mr. Carpenter, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. Let's move on to 99.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 99, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means in Bristol Bay area. Mr. Chair.
Does anybody wish to speak to 99?
Heath Lyon, King Salmon resident and Bear Trail Lodge. I have a hard time with both. I mean, as a lodge, we already don't fish up there, so I don't have a problem with that. But as a local resident, that's my 300 yards from April 10th to June 8th that I get to go swing a fly. So I lose that as a resident, of being there. But the king part of it, I mean, as far as moving the markers, we already don't fish up there as a lodge. That's just how we haven't done that since I've owned there or been up there even guiding. So I guess that's what I got.
Okay, thank you, Heath. Oh, who's this?
I know.
Hi, Nancy.
I was afraid you might get tired of seeing me. Nancy Morris Lyon, Bear Trail Lodge. I'd just like to elaborate on Heath's comments. So I think it's a really good idea to put a barrier there for king protection during king season. I would suggest the barrier might go in place. I'm using the word barrier. I guess that's wrong. The marker should probably go in place sometime closer to June 8th when our season actually opens up. And that would eliminate people being displaced earlier in the season when it's the kings aren't there anyway, so it's not affording the kings any protection at that time. So that would be my suggestion. It's something that would be probably palatable for perhaps everybody.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Hope to see you again soon.
Okay.
Anyone else want to speak to this? Any questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to 100.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 100, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Mr. Chair.
Anyone wish to speak to this? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to 101.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 101, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Mr. Chair.
Anyone wish to speak to 101? Oh, we talked you into it, huh, Heath?
Heath Lyon, Bear Trail Lodge on this one. It's just nice, like you're saying, to have the chance of having bait on when you get the warm water and the other spots on Igigikin down there, especially for us, that you can, even when it's warm water, warm temperatures, or whatever else, you can normally get them fired up and still catch some fish.
What do you think about the treble hooks? Multiple
I mean, you can go either way. If you got bait, the single hook is you really probably don't need to have the treble hook. I know a lot of lures come with the treble hook on, so I guess it'd take the time to cut them off. So.
Okay. Thank you, Heath. Oh, here she comes.
Guess who?
Hi, Nancy.
Nancy Morrisline, Bear Trail Lodge. I just wanted, again, to supplement his testimony. This is a silver salmon fishery and sockeye fishery. This is not targeting kings.
I would hope they, personally, I would hope they wouldn't use multiple hooks.
Okay.
Anybody else wish to testify to this? Any questions from the board? Well, let's move on to 102.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 102, 5 AAC 67.022, special provisions for seasons, bag, possession, and size limits, and methods and means in the Bristol Bay area. Mr. Chair.
Greetings, board members. My name is Zachary Larson. I'm co-owner of Togiak River Lodge and co-author of Proposal 102. I wanted to take some time to go over some specifics that I was not able to go over in public testimony, and also speak to some of the concerns raised by board members during the same time. Most importantly, I would like to clarify the intent of our proposal and the two goals that we hope to accomplish with it. I'd also like to go over some historical background and context pertaining to the sport fishing regulations within the Togiak Basin and how they pertain to the proposal at hand. The first goal of Proposal 102, in proposing 5 additional days of legal bait use, is to allow us to effectively add 5 more days to the time period in which we target sockeye on rod and reel. This proposed bait extension absolutely is not to pursue kings. I cannot stress this point enough. Togiak River Lodge has 2 self-imposed seasons within the months of June and July. From June 21st through July 11th for sure, and some years through July 16th, the lodge facilitates at a 42% reduced capacity catch and release only trips for fly anglers with a heavy emphasis on kings, although there is limited bycatch on chums and sockeye during this time period. From July 11th and some years July 16th through July 31st, the lodge facilitates both conventional gear and fly fishing trips at 80 to 100% capacity for all other species, with an incredibly heavy emphasis on sockeye harvest. The request for 5 additional days of bait use is for the latter of our 2 self-imposed seasons, entirely for the purpose of targeting sockeye. Let's see. I understand that our strict in-house policies with regard to bait use, methods of targeting, etc., provide 0 safeguards to species of potential concern from abuse by other sport fishermen present on the Togiak during this time period. And admittedly, we share this same concern with a blanket allowance of general bait use, albeit fishing pressure from other users has been much lower in recent years. At the Lower Cook Inlet meeting in 2023, we submitted Proposal 256, originally ACR 9, which sought to allow the use of all bait beside salmon eggs, or for that matter, any fish eggs. We structured Proposal 256 this way to remove from the table the bait that we as sport fishermen felt was the single most detrimental and damaging bait to all species in river, yet allow the use of baits in other forms in combination with lures, flies, and jigs. Ultimately, our proposal generated a fair amount of interest and support, but was passed with amended language to allow the use of all bait types from July 16th on to alleviate concerns from the department and enforcement over what the definition of an egg or eggs were or could be, and whether or not other groups and other drainages may want to attempt a similar regulation in their area. We were and continue to be very grateful for the efforts by Member Carpenter and Member Carlson Van Dort, and to all other members that voted in favor of 256 at that time. Our efforts at this meeting with Proposal 102 are to further refine what was a favorable compromise. If concerns over exploitation, specifically with regard to kings, are substantial, we ask that the board consider amended language to outlaw the use of salmon eggs while moving to allow the use of other baits in combination with lures, flies, or jigs 5 days earlier than current regulations allow. The second goal of Proposal 102, unrelated to the first, seeks to moderately adjust the upstream boundary for the targeting of king salmon. Prior to 2023, anglers could target and harvest kings throughout the entire main stem of the Togiak from the bay to the lake, a distance of 65-plus river miles. Following the passal of Proposal 29 at the 2022 Bristol Bay Finfish meeting, anglers were then limited to targeting kings from the mouth of Gishik Creek downstream to Togiak Bay, a distance of roughly 12 to 14 river miles. Proposal 102 seeks to move this boundary roughly 4 to 5 miles upstream to the mouth of Pongaput Creek. It is important to note that the adjustment of this boundary would have no impact on adult king harvest, as the only retention of king salmon currently allowed in the Togiak is for jacks 20 inches or less in overall length. While this boundary adjustment would provide a small amount of increased opportunity overall for the harvesting of jacks and catching and releasing of adult kings, our motivation in requesting this adjustment is for the sake of consistency and enforceability. The current boundary marker is at the mouth of Gishik Creek, but what is not defined is in what direction the boundary line travels. This section of the Togiak is extremely braided with 3 to 5 channels, depending on water level, that are not visible from one another. Even with a clearly defined line, it would be difficult to know one's proximity to it if not within the sight of the Gishik mouth. On the other hand, the mouth of Pongaput Creek is already a clearly defined, easily recognizable guided sport fishing boundary.
Hey, Zach, can you, sorry to interrupt you, but
Yep.
don't read to us.
Okay.
Try to paraphrase it to us.
Okay.
And be careful using names, and if but make sure you include mine if you're going to use them.
Okay.
Don't use names.
I've got about 7 lines left. Can I-
Okay.
Okay. Some concerns have been raised by members of the board and also members of the Togiak AC over sport fishing encounters with spawning king salmon in this 4 to 5 mile stretch between the Gishik and the Pongapuk. While we understand the sentiment behind these concerns and we do not take them lightly, we feel strongly that these concerns are unwarranted for 2 reasons. First, aerial spawning ground surveys conducted between 1987 and 2005 suggest that this stretch of river constitutes the second least productive spawning zone in the main stem Togiak. Additionally, a radio tagging study conducted from 2008 to 2012 suggested that although variable, this section of the river was not the primary spawning ground, or spawning region, rather. Second, our personal engagement with this stretch of river will largely be unchanged, as it is already an area that we frequent for the targeting of sockeye and chums in the last half of July. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Ms. Irwin?
Thank you, Mr. Larson, and thank you for bringing the proposal forward and for your years of work on these different efforts. I appreciate it. So my question is, how does the catch rate of kings in these additional 5 days, I understand that you're not allowed these 5 days yet. What would you assume your catch rate of kings would be compared to what your current allowable days are? Also, can you RC your comments so that I can take a further look at them?
Through the chair to Member Irwin, with regard to a potential additional 5-day period to target sockeye with bait, I would say that our king interactions are going to be limited at best, primarily because we're targeting sockeye in areas where kings are not staging. Spatially, they occupy different zones of the river. Undoubtedly, there will be some overlap. There always is to some degree. But on a day with a guide and 2 guests in the boat where you're targeting sockeye, let's say you catch 10 sockeye and 10 chums, you might have a king or 2 in the mix. Oftentimes, they're of the much smaller class that are in the zones with those fish.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you asked another question.
Can you RC your statement that you were reading so that I can have it? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Next.
Mr. Chair, Tony Zock, BBDC. So I just wanted to note that, so BBDC is opposed to this proposal. The Nushagak AC is opposed and the Togiak AC is opposed. Unfortunately, the folks from the Togiak AC could not be here, so they asked me to make a couple points to you. They submitted RC 132 as a reminder that the current regulation was a compromise, relatively recent compromise. They also wanted to note that there are kings that do spawn in this area, and I don't think they're necessarily too worried about the current outfit who fishes in this area, or this proposed area, I should say. They're just more worried about potential other outfits that may come in and take advantage if this were to pass. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any
Thanks.
questions from the board?
Frank Wood for the record. I'm here to new information. I pulled up on my Onyx the land ownership from the Pongo, the 4 Mile area in question. I sat down with the young gentleman, and I met them before this meeting, and I got to give them credit for trying to be engaged and active. I asked them if they had land permission from the Togiak Native Limited, because they have a no trespass zone, for transparency and cooperation. Right now, the Togiak Native Limited has no trespass policy, and I asked just one of them if they had sat down and asked if this was okay, and for agreement purposes that they would operate on their lands. So that 4 Mile section is totally owned by Togiak Natives Limited. The second, the 4 Mile area in question, there are spawning streams on both sides of that river. I've heard, I don't have any biological data or scientific data to back that, but one of the guides that used to operate said those are spawning streams for kings in that area. The second thing is bait increase. We just passed a king salmon management plan to eliminate bait for the mortality of kings. That would be my only take. I appreciate that young gentlemen coming and engaged in this process, that they're well versed with the community. In fact, they're talking to the young gentleman. He said he had dinner with the people from Togiak that would be testifying on my behalf. But I also asked him, next time this happens, go before the Togiak AC or the Nushagak AC to present your case to become transparent in this arena. So thank you. There's Onyx map, but I can't present anything right now. I got it on my map. The land in 4 Mile section is native owned. The second is, I believe, is spawning streams, and the third is the bait fishery. Thanks.
Thank you, Frank. Any questions?
Jordan Larson, Togiak River Lodge, for the record. Just want to make sure it is on the record. This will be my 10th year operating in Togiak through Togiak River Lodge. We've had a great relationship with the Native Corporation. We've never been informed that we have needed written permission to access water surrounded by TNL properties. We're accessing all of these locations, via our jet boats and not going above the high water lines. The first time I'm hearing about potential permission needed. I've never heard that from any other outfitter. So I just want to make sure that was on the record. And if we need to get permission from TNL, fantastic. We can totally do that.
Okay. Thank you, Jordan.
Zach Larson again. This is the first time that this conversation has arose, and admittedly, it's caught both of us a little bit off guard. It is true that Togiak Natives Limited owns a substantial amount of land on both sides of the river there. The land that is referenced housed a commercial sport fishing operation that was leased to a private operator that was owned by Togiak Natives Limited. There's a long history of sport fishing operators operating within the Togiak Basin, and it is our understanding that when fishing out of vessels, that the waterway is managed by the state or is under state authority. If we are in any way trespassing or violating a rule, I'd love to be made known of it. This is the first time that this conversation has arisen in my 11 years functioning as a guide and then an owner later on at the lodge. Thank you.
Zach, the only thing I can, yeah, you should check into it, because usually you can go to the high water mark.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to testify? Come on up.
My name is Pete Engson. I live in King Salmon. I was just thinking, we experience a lot of the same things that they're experiencing with creeks and stuff, spawning grounds. And anytime you have a jet boat that goes up into these streams, imagine, how does a jet boat work? It sucks from the bottom, it blows out from the back, and if these fish are spawning in these streams and rivers, you know, where they spawned, it's doing a lot of devastation. I see it in Big Creek and elsewhere. But I would say that, like in Old Savanoski, not to take your time, but we have to use a prop, because a prop can't go like a Dickens and cut through the weeds and stuff. But having a jet boat go into these places where they spawn and lay their eggs is very devastating to the fish.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Any questions from the board? Anyone else to testify on this? Okay, let's move on to 103.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 103, 5AAC 67.022, Special Provisions for Seasons, Bag, Possession, and Size Limits, and Methods and Means in Bristol Bay Area. Mr. Chair.
Anyone wish to attest, talk about this one? Okay.
Nancy Morris Lyon, I'm going to actually speak as a resident of Bristol Bay on this one. We worked, I support the spirit of this proposal without a doubt. But we did run into some very tricky problems with a similar proposal, and this was significantly like 12 or 15 years ago out in Bristol Bay, when there were many unintended consequences of putting stuff in the water, and when you were a sport fisherman and when you were a subsistence fisherman. So I just urge caution about wording and how to make sure that we as residents out there are protected when we're out collecting and cleaning fish on a bank.
Okay, Nancy, thank you.
Yep.
Any questions from the board? Anybody else wish to testify on this? Seeing none, let's move on to 104.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 104, 5AAC 67.022, Special Provisions for Seasons, Bag, Possession, and Size Limits, and Methods and Means in Bristol Bay Area. Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Push wrong button. Jason Whiting with Bristol Adventures. Just wanted to add some new light to kind of this topic and expand on a couple things. I know it comes up that there could be some enforcement challenges with the word barbless, and fortunately been able to learn from some of the flaws that other states have encountered. I've experienced them myself, and I think we've been very considerate with the wording of the definition barbless in this regulation that I think will solve some of those problems, and I'm happy to add depth to that if necessary, but kind of just to keep things running. On the next topic, these are very remote and small rivers, far smaller than the Naknek, Kwijak, Nushagak, any kind of your more known ones are spoken about rivers in these locations. And so I think because of their small size, the fish have the ability to get picked on, for lack of a better word. And so some of these small factors can be amplified when a fish is caught 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 6 times within a short period amongst a few days. And so to kind of keep it fairly short in closing, I would just like to ask the board to think about, even if percentages in science are small, are barbless hooks less damaging than barbed hooks? Yes. Will this regulation or benefit the angler experience? Yes. Do barbless hooks decrease fish handling time once they're landed? Yes. And so with all the spirit of conservation and thoughts on conservation that have been said through this meeting, with the positive results that may come out of this, it's hard to picture anything else but that in this specific fishery. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
And I'm not going to quote you, but just a few seconds ago, you said something along the lines, would this enhance the fisherman's experience?
Yes.
In what way do you mean?
And so we would generally argue with Bristol Ventures, we are a very large user group in that space, far from the only user group, but a large one. Within our lodges in particular, we do have a barbless policy, and even different than 12 years ago where I used to work in Western Alaska, we don't get much pushback with the, in effect, forcing our guests to use barbless hooks. And so we come to see where when someone is paying all this money to come to remote Alaska, unhooking a fish that has 6 hooks stuck in its face is far more detrimental than losing a fish that may or may not have been because of a barb.
I suspected that's what you meant. I just needed to know for sure. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Payton?
Yeah, thank you. So, show and tell is is always a little beneficial. So if board members so choose, sometime I did bring some typical flies and hooks in that is used in the Bristol Bay region with and without barbs, or a pair of hemostats here, and you can pinch a barb and see what that looks like if you so choose. So before deliberations or not, but help you out.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Anyone else wish to testify to this? Seeing none, oh no, here we go.
Nancy Morris Lyon, Bertrand Lodge. I did not want to cut in front, and I hope I'm not. Okay. Just making sure. I always feel like the really bad person coming up here to testify not in support of these barbless hook proposals. They've been coming before the board for a lot of years now. Most of these rivers that he's talking about, if you are a commercial operator, you are required by the National Park Service as a CUA holder to fish barbless in most of these watersheds already. They have their own definition, and I don't want to get into the argument of federal versus state management or management practices, but my heartburn with this is that we don't have any clear definition in law for the state of Alaska on barbless hook, and I risk sending my guides out and turning them in to lawbreakers until we have that. And I don't support a barbless hook proposal because of that reasoning until we can get a clear definition and know that people are not going to be penalized because a little piece of cotton could stay on your hook. We have practiced, and I would say easily 90% of the lodges in the area have practiced barbless fishing in all of these drainages for many, many years now. And I don't know that there's a large contingent of people who are not practicing it as well.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Come on up.
Well, I want to talk about the hooks without the barbs on it. I go hunting up the Rapids camp quite often, and my partner is 98 years old coming. He's my hunting partner. But long story short, we be driving along up there, and there's a fisherman from one side of the river all the way to the other side. You could actually walk, I'm exaggerating, but there's so many of them. But as we're driving by, we see a lot of dead fish laying, in the clear water. You could just see them floating around. And this is a time when it's spawning, they're going up to spawn. And so I think the fish ought to have a chance, and that's where they get time to spawn and have our future generation of fish. But as I see, when I was up there a couple of times or more, I could count them going down. It's really sad because that was a future generation of fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Should have asked if you got board. I'm sorry. Did anybody have questions for him? Sorry.
I just wanted to add, Jason Whiting with Bristol Adventures. I just wanted to add a little bit of depth on what was kind of previously said in regards to the National Parks barbless requirements. That's concession related on the American Creek. There are only 5 concessions that are allowed to operate on that creek. Normal CUA usage in this region does not require barbless regulation, and so it's just a very limited zone that a few operators have. And then in terms of a lot, like as I already said, I guess not to speak repetitively too much, most operators do use barbless hooks within the region. However, I think regulations are created due to the few, not the many. And so even though most are well-intentioned, we're trying to solve something as a result of the few, and just wanted to note that.
Any questions from the board? Thank you, Jason. Anybody else wish to testify? Okay, thank you all. That should conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Well done. I think we can roll right into group 4. Yeah, sure. Let's take about a 10-minute break and then we'll begin group 4. All right, welcome back. We are on the record. The time is 3:47. We are going to commence Committee of the Whole, Group 4. And I will turn the microphone over to the chair. The Committee of the Whole, Group 4, vessel specifications, gear specifications, and miscellaneous. Chair Godfrey, take it away.
Okay, everyone, I don't think anyone's new in the room that hasn't participated in the previous committees of the whole, so I'll spare you all the details. Just please don't reference anybody's names, don't say anything derogatory about anybody. Please don't bring up any information that's already on the record through public testimony or written comment. And when I ask if anyone wants to speak in support of it, please come up and do so. If I ask in opposition, please come up and do so. In the event you come up after I ask for that, please indicate whether you're in support of the proposal in front of us or in opposition, because often 25% of the time I have to listen to somebody speak to deduce, are they for something or against, and I don't know, and they should just open up and tell me on the front end so then I can listen. With that, we're going to bundle 9 proposals together, and that means you can come up here and speak on any of them. It's going to be proposal 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, and 91. And what I'm going to do is just ask the staff to read on each one of those now, and then we will go ahead and anyone wants to speak on anyone, you just let me know. This is for the sake of efficiency and brevity here. Staff?
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Stacy Vega, Igigik and Ugashik Management Biologist for the Division of Commercial Fisheries. Proposals 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, and 91, 5 AAC 06.341, vessel specifications and operations. Mr. Chair.
Does anyone want to come speak on and just verify which one you're speaking on each time you're coming up to speak?
Good afternoon, Chairman Godfrey, members of the board. Thank you for this time to speak. I'm the author of Proposal 82 and 83.
Name for the record real quick.
Oh, Abe Williams, sorry. Proposal 82 is a proposal that I'm supporting with amended language, RC 137. That thing just came hot off the press. We've been working with Member Carpenter and the troopers to try to get this right, as well as many stakeholders who have skin in the game, if you will, on this particular proposal. Last year, at the end of the board cycle, some of you may know that we came upon this. It was kind of popped on us that there was a potential issue in regards to the boat length issue. So with that said, I support the amended language. That's RC 137. And I would like to reference RC 47, labeled jet drawings and dimensions, RC 48, jet install bottom view, and RC 62, engineered planing surface calculations from the Elliott Bay Design Group, an architectural design firm in Seattle. When the issues with boat lengths came out in regards to jets, exhausts, roller boxes, and things of that nature on the backside of the modern jet boats, it sent everybody into a frenzy. A frenzy, why? Because we didn't realize it was going to be the end of a board cycle, and we tried to deal with it within the following year to address the issues so folks didn't have to worry about violations or cutting their boats up and things of that nature. So while doing so, a big group of us that have jet boats and were saw as the violators, we put together a fund. We hired lawyers and the Elliott Bay Design Group to address some of the issues. And so the most important issue I think I'd like to point out that you'll probably hear about because it is a little contentious in as far as the language in RC 37. RC 37 has two sections under Section 10, and part of one of the sections talks about cutting 4-inch wide strips down the bottom of a jet. The bottom of that jet you can reference in RC 47 and RC 48. Obviously, many of these jets are different in configuration. They come in different sizes, but many of these jets are very relative to each other. In the engineered planing surface calculations, Elliott Bay determined that jets of this nature don't add additional planing surface and don't add additional flotation. That said, the current regulation, how it's written, deems many of us legal where we were viewed illegal. Nothing became of that. A lot of guys took proactive measures thinking that they might get a violation or have an issue with the troopers out in the fishing grounds, and they didn't want that, so they started cutting their jets up. They started seeing buckling in their jets, and you know, they really took a sawzall blade to their infrastructure on their machinery, which is very unfortunate because some people, they were just kind of waiting to see that and were pleasantly smiling while it was taking place. So I would like the board to consider the second portion of Section 10 language in RC 137 and implement that. I think that would answer everybody's question that may or may not have had issues within this very topic here. Also doing so, RC 60 was a BBDC vessels characteristic document that was pictured. I want to talk a little bit about that picture. I was born and raised in Bristol Bay, and I lived there during this time. And I know this boat. I know both these boats very well. And as a local of the region, I often stood on the shores of Bristol Bay and watched boats go by and said, I'm going to own one of those boats one of these days. I'm going to be that guy that fishes that boat one of these days. It was important to me to achieve that. And I did so by looking at the barriers that are often talked about by many of the residents right now and the Bristol Bay Native or Bristol Bay Economic Development Corporation. And I looked at that obstacle or that barrier and I told myself, I'm going to climb it. I had optimism, and I did so. I did so without the help of outside help of financial money. I went to the state, I borrowed money from the bank, I bought boats, I fished in open skiffs, I upgraded, I continually ground through the process and just worked as hard as I possibly could, and I struggled the ups and downs and the peaks and valleys of the economic struggles in Bristol Bay, and I achieved that. And I want you guys to understand that that is achievable. It is very, very achievable. And when we're referencing barriers, just a random term, barriers to entry, it kind of frustrates me because I was that guy. I was that community member. I lived there. I lived that. And that's where my heart's at. And I want everybody in Bristol Bay to do the same. With that, I'd like to reference RC 131, BBDC's $100 million trawl ship investment. Not long ago, they invested into a 300-foot, 10,000 horsepower trawl vessel, $100 million. And we talk about disparities in financial opportunities. I see the work that BBDC does in the region. It's incredible. It's awesome. So I believe that those barriers and those hurdles are achievable with help from the organization. if it's focused in the right direction, it's obviously going to be achievable. And, you know, if you took $100 million and you applied it to the 2024 permit holdings in Bristol Bay, 286, you could own another 284 permits for about $40,330,000 at today's value. So,
Abe, I need you to wrap it up.
I
feel like you're getting a little off topic here.
I'm wrapping it up, and I just want you to know that barriers to entry is something that is real, but it's also something that is easily overcome if you have the right mindset. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, support or opposition for which proposals?
82, and just in general about the boat length issue. For the record, my name is Brady Boone. I've been working with the previous speaker on this 32-foot vessel length issue. I'm very emotional about this, sorry. I have one of these jets that are in question right now. Prior to the engineered document RC62, I have cut into my jet and trying to eliminate any conflict with the troopers. In doing so, it started to show signs of strain and buckling due to the removal of that material. I am in favor and support of the language to allow me not to compromise my jet's integrity and strength that was built into that. I bought a jet. I didn't know that had to get in the initial language. It was okay. It's not a gray area. It's just that jet was approved, but now it might not be, and I got to cut it apart. And if I do so, it's going to compromise that jet's integrity. I just don't. It can't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony Zock, BBDC. I'll reference RCs 78, 60, and 133. So BBDC, we fully support the language in RC 137. We recognize the difficulties that enforcement has been having. We think this cleans it up. And we really appreciate how this doesn't increase the 32-foot overall vessel length. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Stosh Anderson, reside in Kodiak. There was some history about other people up here, but I started in the Bay 50 seasons ago in an 18-foot skiff, and it's been good for me. But with respect to the proposal, I support RC 137 wholeheartedly. It's not perfect, but I think it's a good compromise that addresses all of the issues that we've had, and especially wrestled with for the last 3 years. I was involved with this process back in 1991, 35 years ago. And I think we made a mistake back then. That's the time period when there was an arneson drive and some outboards on the back of a 32-foot vessel. So in the provisions, we supported allowing propulsion units to be aft of 32 feet. Where we made a mistake is we didn't put parameters and distances on that. And things have grown since then. So the genie got out of the box. And I think that happened on several of things. But as the vessels and innovation has come about, I think this proposal really addresses that. The other issue back then was bow rollers. Now, at that time, there was a bunch of boats that had bolt-on bows, and they called the bolt-on bows mounts for their bow roller. So industry and the different sources from the board's representative tried to define what is a bolt-on bow, what's a bow roller. We weren't able to come up with language that we thought was reasonable. So we decided that the 8x8 dimensions, just trying to put it in a box, was an approach that would be easy for the enforcement to deal with, and it was pretty straightforward. I will admit, and I was part of that process, we made a mistake and we made the box a little bit too small. It probably covered at that time 75 or 80% of the boats, but even at that time, it was too small. So that's a little bit of history on where we're at. Now, I think the next issue we're going to have is what's the width of the boat? I mean, are we going to have to put a limit on the widths, or are we going to be facing in the future 25 or 32-foot wide boats? So maybe at the next go around here, we're going to have to put a proposal in the maximum width of a vessel. So we don't want to let that genie out of the box either. So anyway, again, I wholeheartedly support 137. Thank you.
Thank you, Stosh. I can't wait for the day I see a 32 by 32 boat in the bay.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Courier, and thank you, Board, for being here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. I support RC 137. However, I would like to see some language modified, actually deleted completely. As it currently reads, no vessel registered as salmon net fishing may be more than 32 feet in length. An anchor roller may not extend more than 8 inches, as we've already established this regulation. But by eliminating this text referring to permissible anchor roller dimensions will not have a negative impact on various gear groups or stakeholders, will not add disparity that already exists within the fleet. As a professional mariner, commercial fishermen have an obligation to their crews, their families, and the vessels they operate to operate in a seamanship manner, in activity mitigating or actively mitigating and unnecessarily expose their crews to risk. The anchor winch on any vessel should be regarded with the utmost amount of respect, as it is the most dangerous piece of equipment. Hand disfigurement due to anchor retrieval is the most common injury in Bristol Bay, and every vessel operator in this room and those monitoring these proceedings from afar have either been directly impacted by an anchor winch injury or know somebody who has. Vessels have grown over the years. Referencing RC 60, the vessel on the right side of that photo, if you need a moment to look that up, is a single screw, one propeller, one engine vessel. It was built in the 70s out of fiberglass before domestic international seafood market conditions demanded higher quality standards. This era was long before farm salmon, and the vast majority, if not all, of the salmon harvested was put into cans. Floating fish and fish holds full of refrigerated seawater was a technique that was not practiced. The equipment to do so didn't even exist. Fishing with a dual permit was not a concept. When that vessel on the right was built, 62.3% of the fleet was wood and 70% actually utilized gas engines. So we have evolved, we've come a long way. Thank God. Both vessels in the picture are legal to operate in Bristol Bay. Monetarily speaking, the vessel owner on the right has several advantages over the vessel on the left. The cost of annual operation expenses is substantially less, including but not limited to insurance, fuel, and maintenance. The vessel on the left, the larger of the two vessels, utilizes 2 diesel engines. The average diesel engine weighs approximately 30% more than its gasoline counterpart. Heavy water jets and reduction gear, coupled with these engines, also add weight.
Yeah, I don't want to cut you off. We want to get out of here by 5, though.
Okay.
I appreciate what you're offering.
Okay.
Give me the
Yes.
upshot, because
Okay.
there's a line behind you.
I don't
so-
understand why we're trying to limit or regulate an anchor roller as stipulated. It's not a performance enhancing modification. It doesn't increase or decrease the disparity within the fleet that already exists. Therefore, I would like to see it struck from AAC 06.341. Any dimension regulation.
And you're speaking
All
in support
language.
of 137, right?
137, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Matt?
Matt Marinkovich, I support RC.
Great, thanks, Matt. We'll talk to you later.
137. Love you guys.
Yeah.
Anyways, so yes, I support 137, and the particularly number 11 is, of course, there's other aspects of the things included.
When you
but,
say number 11,
within 137.
item 11, okay, got it.
That regards the outdrive box, and that is particularly, if that wasn't in there, I would have to do an extensive modification probably on my bow, and I would cut that shorter, and it would potentially create an unseaworthy condition. So the addition of that is very important. The 137 is great. I read it over, and it seems to encompass everything where we're at right now. And I appreciate the work you guys did on that. So thank you, and
Thanks, Matt, appreciate it. Next up. Hey, Lion, you guys don't have to be that far back. You guys can get up closer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. My name is Peter Engson. I'm from King Salmon, Alaska, and I support RC 137. And I think it's a very good deal for fishermen. Thank you.
Thank you. See, I knew you were coming up real quick.
Good afternoon, Misa Weber for the record. Just very quickly, I also want to support RC 37. This isn't an area I'm an expert on, but I do know that enforcement has been a major issue with vessel specifications. This RC has elaborated on the gingerbread items concept and provides the clearest expectations for troopers. Being that this has been such an opaque area of the law, I think this RC provides the best language for boat builders, fishermen, and enforcement alike. Small fisheries all over the state have boat length specifications. I'm hearing that individuals are upset about having to modify their boats, and I know that takes a financial toll, and I'm sympathetic, but this is the name of the game. It has always been 32 feet. Nothing has changed, and this is just reinforcing the intention of this regulation, but clearer. So, thank you.
Where do you fish, if that's not your area?
No, I fish in the Nishgak. I just mean I'm not a boat builder.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, I'm Tav Amu. I support RC 137. When I got my boat, it's a bow picker, and this would have helped a lot with some of the questions and concerns I had when I got it. The troopers were kind enough to come to my boat and measure it with me, and we realized that it was 1 foot over, and so I cut off a foot and measured it, and this would have been very helpful to get very specific, nuanced information at that time. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kavik Anderson, a twin boat jet driver with all the junk on the back, and I support 137.
Thank you, Kavik.
Robert Hayano, and when I testified earlier, I asked that the board consider keeping the 32-foot limit. I submitted proposal 85. The language in 137, I believe, accomplishes that with a little extra, but I support 137. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, my name is Travis Wren. I fish out of Dillingham, Alaska. I've been fishing for 48 years. I support RC 137. My curiosity is going to be if AWT thinks they can enforce this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll flesh that out during deliberations.
Good afternoon, Board. Maureen Marinkovich, just for the record, you start off by saying that you shouldn't call anyone out or say anything in particular, make a comment. But sometimes when my husband comes up here.
No, you can call him out.
No.
Okay.
You can't. I think it's disrespectful. I just wanted to point that out. It's just what I noticed. And I respect him. I think you should too. I think you should respect everyone the same.
Thank you. Abe?
Abe Williams, Chairman Godfrey. I just got the 137 hot off the press, and it has a little different language than what I was studying prior. So, you know, there's money in confusion as long as you're not the one confused, right? The Section 10, what I referenced prior, is actually now Section 9, and it reads, The outdrive grounding guard is the guard that provides outdrive safety from grounding located directly beneath the outdrive. The guard will be of skeletal construction and constructed of tubing plate strips equal to or less than 4 inches in width and a minimum of 4-inch spacing. No part of the outdrive grounding guard may extend 5 feet beyond the 32-foot length. It doesn't cover, there should have been language in there that covers 31 inches in width underneath that jet. And again, I'll point you guys back to the engineered drawings that we have of the jets that we're talking about here. Under the old regulation, that drawing from those architects and the review of our legal team says it doesn't provide additional planing surface or additional flotation. So I think there might be a little discrepancy that we have to talk about here. Someone tried to sneak one in on me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Hayden Lynchide, Drifter. There's a lot of talk about jet boats and stuff. I had a 90s Wagley. It would have been helpful to have RC 137 language at that time, too. It doesn't just affect all the new boats. A lot of those boats, had an 18-inch trim tab installed, RSW, the cooling back there. So it does affect the whole fleet. A lot of the older vessels have been modified within the vague old language. So thank you.
Thank you. Tim?
Tim Mickelson, Bristol Bay Drift Netter. I wrote proposal 86 just to clarify that the trim tab measurement begins at the 32-foot overall length rather than at the transom. I believe that's the original intent of the language, but it just wasn't clear, so I just wrote it for clarification purposes. I wrote 4 proposals. I was just going to go through them quickly. If you had, should I pause for questions or just go?
I don't see any questions. Go ahead, Tim.
Proposal 87, I wrote to include RSW transom cooler. It's new technology. I tried to get this technology included 25 years ago by the biggest RSW people, and then somebody else came in, but it wasn't included in our as legal. I think it's great technology. And I think it should be included. I know there's some concern about it being, some people using it illegally now, but I think it should be considered on its own merit, that it's good technology and it will help with quality. We have currently raw water pumps that wear out in the silt and sand, and we have fish in our hold. And as soon as that raw water pump goes out, our fish start getting warm and start degrading while you're rebuilding the pump. If the transom coolers eliminate that problem.
What's the frequency on that, Tim? It's not a seasonal thing, and it's not every year, is it?
What?
The frequency of that failure on the pump.
Those impellers just go out randomly, but yeah, right in the middle of the season.
Annually? Every season?
Yes. I have 4, I keep 4 impellers. It depends on where you fish. If you fish shallow, where there's sand or silt, it's happens more often. Okay. I wrote proposal 89, which increases the size of anchor rollers. As you heard before, originally they were a little bit too small. Our boats have got bigger. We have anchor in huge congestion, huge tides, big weather without protection, and with so many boats so close to each other, it's important that all of the vessels have good anchor gear. I think it's important that it not be included in the overall length or some length measurement, so people don't use any kind of extension of that for performance enhancing flotation or planing surface or whatever, but actually use it. If people have proper anchor gear, they don't drift and take out 2 or 3 boats behind them. I mean, it affects the whole fleet in a safety consideration. I also think it should have a limit. I mean, somewhere in the 12 to 18 inch range. if people don't have a maximum limit, they're gonna have battering rams out there, and if you've been on a line fishery, some people use everything they can to be intimidating. My last one, vessel specifications. The gill net roller, this is the one I couldn't agree with the troopers, because I believed a mounting system that allowed you to attach the gill net roller to the vessel was part of the gill net roller by definition. They did not. I believe most of these, I believe that, I haven't seen the latest version of the 137, are included in that version of that 137 proposal. And that's it. Thank you.
I got a question for you, Tim. Mr. Maroon?
Thank you, Tim. Just to clarify, I was listening to you authored 89. Do you support the new language in RC 37 with regards to anchor rollers? I heard you say that we need a limit of 12 to 18 inches, which isn't included, but outside of that, do you support the language in section 1 of the RC?
I have not seen the latest. I've read over the thing, but I don't know what the latest language is.
Okay, great, thank you.
Is it limited to 18 by 16 by 16?
It's RC 137 if you want to check it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker. New information, please.
Yep. Frank, for the record, Frank Woods, I got handed 137. I really like the language in support of the plumb length, because in 2010 I bought a new jet boat and the troopers were nice enough to come out and plumb it. They need direction, they need clarification, and this would provide it. I would also point out section 10 and also the jet drive provision. And the last page is trim tabs. Is a lot of people, I'm imagining in my mind, the trim tab is, we got 32-foot hull, we add 18 inches, I get to put a outdrive and a jet drive mount out to that 18-inch. That's the question here. That outdrive and jet drive mount now can be 33 and a half feet. I agree with this language because it clarifies that. And I'm really supportive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Abe, you'll wrap this up, okay? Because nobody's behind you, and you'll be it.
I appreciate it, Chairman Godfrey, members of the board. So I would like to offer an amendment to the language that I was reading from prior, so I don't feel like I was disenfranchised here in regards to this process. We went through this process and got everybody's issues wiped out. So that said, the language that I was talking about says under section 10 at that time, it would obviously read under section 9 now, says outdrive grounding guards may provide outdrive safety from grounding when located directly beneath an outdrive. The guard will be a skeletal structure, and plates attached to the guard will be no wider than 31 inches and may not extend 5 feet beyond the 32-foot length. That was something that we talked about amongst a lot of us. There was a little contention in there, but that is a very, very, very important piece of language right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Abe. And that will wrap up. Oh, I've got a question for you.
So why is that so critical? I mean, if you're, I think that the purpose of the strips, if I'm not completely idiotic, which I might be, is so that it's not providing planing surface.
Can you give me 1 second so I could reference a couple
Sure.
RCs for you to look
Yeah.
at?
If it's 62, 47, or 48, I've looked at them. But I'm asking, what's the point in making that a 31-inch plate versus the strips that are considered in the current language in 137?
Because currently the manufactured jet comes that way. And again, the engineered drawings from Elliott Bay tells you that that outdrive doesn't add additional planing surface or flotation. So having said that, the integrity of the jet is of utmost importance. As you heard a previous testifier talk about how he did the cutting of the jet and it's starting to buckle because of the torque. When that bucket comes down and the nozzle shoots a massive volume of water in there, there's a lot of pressure in there, and those pivot pins and that aluminum just starts to buckle.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, that wraps up that grouping, which was proposals 82 through 91. We will move into gear specifications, proposal 75. Staff, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 75, 5 AAC 06.333, requirements and specifications for use of 200 fathoms of drift gillnet in Bristol Bay. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have someone who would like to speak in support of this? Anyone want to speak in opposition?
Sorry, I was in the back, Mr. Chair. Tony Zock, BBEDC. So I'll try to keep it just new information, but I'd like to try and reiterate maybe a little bit better that there's some folks in the local Bristol Bay watershed communities, and we're experiencing permit out migration. So the younger generation might not have moms or grandmas or aunts or dads or uncles to get experience commercial fishing with. And there's been a lot said about programs that are offered to local Bristol Bay watershed residents or folks, residents of the state of Alaska, and I just wanted to speak to that just a little bit. So these programs aren't just, we buy you a permit and a boat. Like take BBDC, we're not a lender. We help people get loans through CFAB or the state, and the lender determines if they're approved for that permit or the loan for the boat. There's certain requirements. One of those is fishing experience, and that's why I mentioned the younger folks who may not have a boat to hop on to get experience. We are trying to turn that around. We've got a set net camp going on in Pilot Point, and we've been seeing really good things there. But I guess my point is, if you don't meet those requirements of the lenders, there's no way to be approved. And I think we can all imagine if there was a entity out there just buying permits and boats for people, that could be taken advantage of. And I guess what I'm getting at, somebody, an entity buys a permit for someone and then they turn around and sell it. It doesn't help. So there are certain requirements to qualify for these programs, and just because you live within the region doesn't mean you automatically have access to it. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see no questions right now. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And just for the group, I'm going to bundle 75 and 78, through 75 through 78, like I did the last one, similar topic. And for efficiency and brevity, we'll do that. So if you want to speak on any one of them in support or opposition, let me know. But next speaker on what we opened up with, or any of the other three I just mentioned, Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stosh Anderson. I'm speaking for myself, not for CFAB. I've been on the board of CFAB for probably 30 years. I'd like to expand a little bit on the previous testifiers. We worked very diligently trying to get financing for the riparian residents, Bristol Bay residents. There's opportunities both with CFAB and with the Division of Investments with the state, and That isn't a panacea, like you said. You got to be financially capable to meet the debt service and have the cash flow. But there is opportunities, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Stosh. Fritz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fritz Johnson, Dillingham. I'd suggest that those opportunities aren't as widespread as it you may be led to believe. In fact, this does create a class of permit holders and fishermen with greater resources, and typically they come with bigger boats. There is no advantage to the watershed resident fishermen for this particular process. One person, two permits, and I would urge you to keep that in mind as you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Fritz. Hey.
Chairman Godfrey, members of the board, I am the author of Proposal 76 in support of permit stacking. I'll talk a little bit about, first of all, I have 3 sons, and they've accessed the state of Alaska CFEC's, or fisheries loan programs. I help them do that. I don't wield myself as a guy that has a bunch of expendable cash, but we jumped through some hoops and we made it happen. So I look at, in 1975, locals in the region owned 712 permits. That's 38%. Non-locals, which would be guys like myself now because I live in Anchorage, there was 417 of those. So fast forward to 2024, we have locals. The number of permit holders is 286. Non-locals in Alaska has grown to 572. So you can imagine the out-migration that the folks talk about. I see this particular option of permit ownership as super beneficial. First, it's a self-imposed buyback. We're removing 100 fathoms of gear from the water for the use of 50 fathoms. That allows the state of Alaska to loan current residents, whether they're locals or non-locals, guys like me, to own 2 permits and fish them consecutively, kind of like the existing deregulation. So with that said, and the king issues that we're struggling with here right now, it's probably not a bad idea to support a little gear reduction as we look into how do we achieve what we need to achieve in a big picture.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hayden Lynch, drifter, members of the board, chairman. As a young fisherman who bought into this industry with a lot of debt and quite frankly not knowing what was going to happen, I looked at the D as a way to, up my catch and be a little bit more competitive when I first started, and so I didn't have one for a few seasons, and then I started leasing them. I was just thinking about it, probably over $100,000 in 4 years to medically lease them, so I didn't get any equity. When I lease it, I'd take it off the top, so the crew takes a hit on that. Where if you're an owner, the owners never charge you for that. But I always just looked at it a way to not have $1 million boat and just be a little more competitive. And I think it takes a little gear out of the water, and it's a win for everybody, like Abe was saying. Oh, sorry. Self-imposed buyback. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Tavon Mu. I oppose 75 through 78. I think it would encourage out-migration, as I said in my testimony. It would consolidate the wealth and the permit ownership, and would have the opposite impact of discouraging local and new entrants to the fishery. I think right now there's a method in place where one person can own multiple permits, but they're not allowed to fish them, and so they have to sign them over before the season to one of their crew members in order to be a D boat. And right now there's a little bit of a loophole that allows them to do that. This would remove that loophole and allow them to just fish 2 permits without having to worry. And I think that would just encourage a consolidation of wealth.
I got a question from the board chair.
Hi, so I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, but the last couple speakers kind of made me start thinking about this. What would the effect, if the board allowed for a permit stacking option, what do you think the effect would be on the D permit program?
sort of, or ability to?
I think it would
to use
slowly
DP?
go away.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Rachel Donkersloot, and I'm here representing the Lake and Peninsula Borough. There's 17 communities within Bristol Bay that are within the borough. I'm also a person who has studied for many, many years some of the issues that affect Alaska fishing communities, and particularly around the graying of the fleet and rural permit loss. So in our comments, which is PC 117, we list a number of well-cited, well-documented papers that show how these types of provisions within our fisheries disproportionately harm local access. They can also harm Alaskan access overall. So I would just caution and maybe express some real concern around these types of regulations that come up over and over and over again. And I don't know if you have within your authority to perhaps establish some sort of criteria, like evaluation criteria or guidance around when such measures are warranted. What are the goals? What is the need? And what are the desired outcomes? Because we've seen in the past even well-meaning regulations having unintended consequences on local access. The last point I would want to make is our fishing economies are leaving our fishing communities because the wealth and the benefits of our fisheries follow permit holders home to their home communities. Right now, there are around 1,004 non-resident permit holders in the drift fishery, and there's a great paper, a great study out of ICER, the Institute for Social and Economic Research at UAA. Dr. Brett Watson is the lead author on it. That shows very clearly the benefits from our fisheries follow permit holders to their home communities, not where they fish, it's where they live. My final point would be that there are so many concerted efforts underway within the region, but also across fishing regions to try to restore what has been lost in our fisheries around local access. And this type of regulation would really undermine those efforts. So thank you so much for your time.
Quick question for you. You said what was the number? 1,004. You said
In 2024, yes.
that is non-local residents,
Not non-local, that is non-resident.
non-resident of Alaska
Yes.
permit holders between both user groups, set and drift.
No, that's just drift.
You just said over 1,000 non-resident permit holders from the drift fleet alone?
2024, you have ARL and CFEC, maybe you want to ask CFEC, but when I just looked it up, ARL, Alaska Rural Local Permit Holders, 286, which was just cited by a previous testifier as well. Non-resident was 1,004.
Thank you.
Peter Engson from King Salmon, Alaska. I'm opposed to permit stacking because, we have a D boats that my family use a D boat. We all hop on boats and stuff. But what it's going to do, we're going to have two groups. The person who has stacked permits versus a person who has a single permit or who wants to use it as a D, they're going to be aced out. And so I was talking to some people today, and the problem that we're having in the villages is that we're having an identity crisis, and that's causing problems. And anyways, I'm opposed to double stacking because it's going to create it's going to just eliminate the single fisherman or the D permit program.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thomas Tilden, I'm a fisherman. I had mentioned in my earlier testimony in regards to the financial difficulty for Alaskans versus the people in Seattle. But I wanted to add a little bit to that. I was denied a permit when they first came out because of a lost license. Eventually, the license was found after 8 years. But during that 8 years, I decided to try buy a permit. And the difficulty that I had was that I applied to the local bank. Of course, they turned me down. So I went to the state of Alaska and CFAB, and they wanted equity. And as an Alaska Native, I live on a Native allotment. And in order for me to offer my mom, it was actually my mom's Native allotment at the time, in order for me to use that as collateral for the loan, I would have to take my mom's Native allotment out of protection status and make it vulnerable to taxes, divorce, and other ways of people getting land. And my mom, of course, would not allow me to do that. So it was very difficult for me to try to get a loan to buy a permit. And and that happens to a lot of folks, to a lot of local folks that live in Bristol Bay. They have to make a choice. Some have made a choice to do that. And as I pointed out, not only do there are more financial institutions in the lower 48, but they also own property. They do have stuff to back up their loan. And I really believe that if you allow permit stacking, that the numbers that you just heard in regards to 1,000 outside fishermen is going to increase. And I really believe that it is a disadvantage to us local people, to us Alaska Native people that try to apply for a loan to get a permit. And you don't see, even with the dual permits, you don't see very many Alaska Natives that have dual permits. But anyway, I just wanted to add that to my previous testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim?
Tim Mickelson. Just thinking of the history, the only other time I came to the meetings was when the dual permit decision was made. And in my memory, the whole pin that this whole thing swung around was that it would not displace permit holders. And there was a huge argument that it would go to this. I'm in opposition. At that time, we had run failures. We were down to 40 cents a pound for fish. And it was quite dismal. I heard of permits trading in Dillingham for like 17,000 on brokerages. The permits were trading for about 25,000. If you allow permit stacking, permit prices will go up. I mean, the moment the D permit thing was legalized, I went and made an offer for 30,000. It was agreed upon. And before that, they raised the price after we had already agreed on a price. They raised the price on me, and I had to pay more. The dual permit thing did help. Our catch went up by 30%, just having the dual permit by taking gear out of the water and having more gear. Now the last 10 years, we've had, I would say 12 years, we've had large runs. My catch with a dual permit now with the large runs is 4 times what I was catching without the dual permit when the runs were low. And our price, I'm not adjusted for inflation, but our price is higher than the 40 cents we were struggling with back then. I'm in favor of leaving opportunity for young people to get in. I love seeing them get in. I love helping them learn how to fish. And I believe this would make it harder for them. I know there's already permit consolidation that's happened in non-legal ways. Not that that's part of this discussion, but I just don't see the urgent impetus or whatever. I mean, we were in desperate straits. Our fishery was, I would say, breaking back then. We went from having web divers and just money everywhere in the early 90s to just Bristol Bay became a desolate place. It was desperate. And while, you know, some could take advantage of it, you know, if you did allow it, I would probably change mine to the permit. I mean, Laura wouldn't have to wake me up to sign a fish ticket, you know, it's the only amount it would affect me. But I think you would be displacing things, and the main thing that gives me rub is that this board, I don't know if it was you guys, but this authority, that was the kingpin that this would not happen.
Thank you, Tim. You're good. All right, so we've established out-migration of permit ownership. We've established barrier and entry to young would-be participants. Don't need to hear that anymore, new information. If you've got it, otherwise, don't speak, please.
Yes. So new information, earlier comment said that it would exacerbate or degrade the current D permit opportunity. Like Tim, I do believe that D permit opportunity is important, especially for young entrants that don't have a boat and they need that extra help. But another earlier comment was about graying of the fleet, and I think that 286 locals in the region, there's a fair amount of graying of that fleet. This particular option would allow those folks to put a permit into an individual's name, a family member's name that is currently in the fishery without hindering their ability to do so in a more meaningful financial way. Thank you.
Thank you. New information, please.
Yeah, Casey Kupchak for the record. Some local residents rely on.
Are you in opposition?
I'm in opposition.
Thank you.
Sorry. Some local residents rely on being a D permit. Like they rely on the permit fee that they would get by being on that operation. So, and I relied on that when I first started into the fishery. So, just some local residents need that.
Thank you. Matt.
Matt Marinkovich, and I'm neutral on this. And to answer Madam Chair's question about would this, the permit stacking eliminate D permit, I don't think it would eliminate. It would diminish the frequency it's used, and it would definitely make it easier for those who want their permit stacked. But there will always be a market for an individual who doesn't want to run their boat, who wants to buy a permit and use that to learn to run their own boat. It wouldn't eliminate a D permit program.
Question for you.
Do you think it would have a significant devaluation?
I think the cost of permits would increase.
I mean, to the D permit holder specifically. Would it have would having a permit stacking availability or provision, you don't think it would change the value?
Yeah, if the person looking for the D can't afford another permit and they just want to take on a rider, then, yeah, then there's the price. It would be market price.
Okay, thanks.
Next speaker, new information only, please.
For record, Frank Woods, I'm against 75 and 76 for the original intent of the dual permit stacking when it was formed. It was formed to pull gear from the water on low returns and economic value. We heard that before, but I was looking at asset to return value. When a permit stacking came up in 2003 and 4, the permit was worth $17,000. 2 years ago, that value was $250,000. Previous comments are saying I quadrupled and tripled my own income from when it was 40 cents a pound, my permit was worth $17,000. There are $500,000 and $750,000 paydays today. That's the value and asset return on this. And then also the CFC requirements for that permit. And it was a great job. What the board intended was to keep as much gear out of the water as possible on low return years and also low value years. What it's doing now with these huge numbers, anomalies of huge runs, is creating super fishermen with huge bank accounts, supplying and basically funding $1 million operations that I could only imagine when I was growing up. Industry has to support that. Is it this board to delineate that asset to return or formalize and enforce the CFC rules, that's why we're here. CFC requires a 60-day review period. CFC says if you transfer your permit over, you cannot take it back. That person has to volunteer to return it back. That's why we're here. So I'm against 75 and 76. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Fritz?
Fritz Johnson for the record. I should point out that I partnered up with a local fellow who had a permit as well, and our efforts together supported both our families. Unfortunately, he passed away this last winter, and I'm going to miss him. But what I wanted to point out, and I don't think you've heard it here today, is that with the creation of the Limited Entry Act, the Limited Entry Commission and legislators recognize the value of maintaining access to fishing resources in local communities, recognizing it was vitally important. The fact that the way the limited entry permit was structured made them, sellable for cash, and they accrued not to the people who don't have money, but to the people who do. And the previous speaker in mentioning what a difference it made as the evolution of the Bristol Bay drift net boat has moved along from all the way from sailboats to the $1 million plus jet boats that are operating there now. It makes a disparity in what most watershed residents can afford, and what those fishermen from other communities where there is an established and widespread economy with greater access to resources. It's two different groups of people really, and to pass either of these proposals is going to make it much more difficult for watershed residents to participate. So thank you.
Thank you, Fritz. New information?
Yes.
Since last time?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Rachel Donkersloot for the record. Many of you may know, but permit stacking was introduced in the Bristol Bay set net fishery in 2010. That program sunset in 2012 in part because it was shown to shift access across residency categories, and there is a dissertation written about it by Dr. Marcus Go. Second point of new information, on average, local boats earn the least from the fishery, but depend on that income more than non-local and their non-resident counterparts. So these are very small-scale, lower-income livelihoods. So they feel the pressures of the cash economy differently, and I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing some of the limited success in the financing programs available. So I just wanted to mention those 2 points.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last speaker on this grouping.
Hello, Chair. For the record, I'm Jesse Rogers. I'm from Dillingham. I drift every summer. Our region's not for the consolidation.
You support or oppose this?
Oppose.
Thank you.
Our region's not for the consolidation and stacking for Bristol Bay drift permits. We do support current regulations with dual permits, 2 permits, 2 owners on a drift boat. We have a successful BBDC drift permit loan program where participants can get their start in this fishery and their foot in the door as a dual. Even with BBDC there, we can't stop the bleeding with the outward migration of permits in our region. And currently in this fishery, there's probably around 400 D permits last season. My twin brother Matthew and I are both dual permit holders. Someday we're expected to be skippers. Please keep the drift permit as it is and no consolidation. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, that concludes that grouping, 75 through 78, or 79. Nope, yep. Repeal the maximum. Yeah, okay, we're on proposal 79. Staff, please.
Mr. Chair, Proposal 79, 5 AAC 06.331, gillnet specifications and operations. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do I have someone who wants to speak in support of this?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I'm opposed to 79.
Your name, please.
What's that?
Name, please.
Maurice Enright.
Okay.
I'm a Ugashik resident, and I oppose this 79. And just to add to my comments, from the other day, I have the last set net site up the river. And the river is a little narrower than it is in the middle. And most of the set netters and the state test fishers, they have anchored their skiffs up on the beach above my site because it's a nice gravel beach. And then second, if this proposal passes, and if I go out 1,000 feet, it would completely block off the main channel, and at a real low tide, nobody's going to get by because there's a mud, kind of a mud bar beach on the other side. And if I went out 1,000 feet, I would completely block off the channel and probably not nobody go by. And it's not a good, good idea, at low tide. So, and then also, like I say, I'm pretty quick at this. And to me, this proposal 79, to me, is like trying to bring a dead horse back to life. And last off, I'd please, ask the board to please consider the safety of the fishermen and other river users.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Name and
For the
or
record,
against.
I am Lisa Albecker, author of Proposal 79, along with my father, William Albecker. Please refer to RC 1029 and RC 11 for an aerial view of the river. I foresee that if our market doesn't get the volume of salmon from the Ugashik Village set netters, that we very likely have a good chance of losing our market. It's costly to send a tender up to our area, as well as even today, our tender is subsidized. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Tony Zock, BBEDC. BBEDC is in support of this proposal. As the previous speaker mentioned, their tender is subsidized, and if they're not able to catch enough salmon to get to their processor, they may not have a tender or a market at all. So if they don't have a market, there won't be any fishing in these very unique Ugashik Village set net sites, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Tony. Next speaker.
Peter Engson from King Salmon, Alaska. I could talk about this one a lot because I set netted for 30 years, or I am a set netter. But the thing is, if you have a shorter running line and you have a really strong current, your net's going to go underwater. And here you are trying to pull that net up, and you're not only fighting the current, you're pulling the net that's underwater over your boat, which puts your skiff into the water more, which is a problem. But if you have a longer line...
Are you in opposition or support of this?
I'm for it. I'm sorry. Because if you have a longer line, it's a good safety measure that you're not going to get hurt and everybody's not going to, everything we find.
Okay, thank you. Oh, there was a question for you. Can you come back to the mic real quick? Board Member Irwin?
Thank you. Yeah, Peter, thank you. I'm just wondering, have you ever transversed this river?
Not this particular river. I did the Kvichak a few times, which was deadly. And I had a really short line. And I got to tell you, 50 fathoms with a 12-knot current, and the net's underwater, and you have a net full of fish, And that's a real challenge.
Okay, thank you.
Tim?
Tim Mickelson, drift fishermen, have enough conflict and interaction with set netters. If they're moved further out, it will just be a reallocation or more conflict. That's it.
Thank you. You have new information that you didn't mention a minute ago?
Reese Enright, you guys, Village Resident, I forgot one, I don't know if I brought this, but barges come into, large barges over 100 feet with tugs do come up into the village. And they have a ramp that's right in the middle of all the set net sites. And, that's the only ramp that they use to unload, heavy equipment, connexes and other materials. And, if this, proposal goes out to 1,000 feet, as tugs draw a lot of water. And if you're blocking the main channel, they won't be able to get up into the river.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that dock you're discussing unusable most of the time due to the exact?
Well, I mean, they do come up the river, sometimes during fishing, and they do go in between sites. It's a courtesy not to, but it does happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you're the sponsor and you're in support of it, new information?
Yes, it is.
Got it.
For the record, there are no drift netters up there. There might be one, and he goes down to the Ugashik Bay, and he has jet boats. It's a jet boat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that wraps up this one. I'm not going to entertain any more discussion on that. Nope, we're going to move on. Next proposal, staff, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Travis Ellison, Naknek-Quejack District Area Management Biologist. Proposal 85 AAC 06.331 GillNet Specifications and Operations.
Mr. Rice.
My name's Kim Rice. I live in Girdwood, Alaska. My family is for this issue. I'm part of the Lower Bristol Bay AC. We were all for it. It's a good tool for our toolbox, and I'm out of story.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. O'Connor.
Hi, everybody. Jamie O'Connor with the Ecock Beach Fishermen's Association and the author of this proposal. If I may, I'd like to provide a little bit more context for it.
Please do.
Okay. So joint venture was based on a format that they've had in place in Kodiak for over 40 years. So the language that you'll see in that proposal was taken directly from the regulation that they have in place in Kodiak, with the exception of some gear extension language that they have in Kodiak that I didn't feel was appropriate to bring to Bristol Bay. So you'll see the same language just transferred over there. And the way it functions in Kodiak is it allows for two permit holders who hold a CFEC permit for SetNet to register with the state of Alaska as a joint venture. And over there, it allows them to combine a bit of their gear allocation. So there they get 150 fathoms of net per permit. And it would allow those two permit holders to each take 50 fathoms off of their net and combine it into one net. So they end up with 3 100-fathom nets. For us, it wouldn't change our fishing footprint at all. It wouldn't change where our nets are set. We are limited to 50 fathoms each, and so you would, in a joint venture situation, still each get 50 fathoms for a total of 100 separate fathoms. It doesn't change anything about you being required to be there, work in your site, and being part of the operation. And it also would not change anything about where you got to fish or how much you got to fish. What it does do for us, and what's important, is that it allows you to legally commingle your fish in a shared piece of equipment. So a skiff, or in my case, a pickup truck. And so you don't have to try and keep the fish separate from those two nets. In Kodiak, it also allows either member of that registered joint venture to deliver those fish. And my understanding is that both CFVC numbers would need to be written on that fish ticket. So those are the two elements that my folks think is pretty important. So full disclosure here, I run a one permit, one truck site. This wouldn't benefit me, but I represent 70 other folks, some of whom have a lot more logistical challenges than I do. Our vice chair, for example, his site and camp is a full hour, if the beach is good, from our processor. And so what this would allow us to do is maintain direct oversight of our sites at all times, regardless of how far you gotta go to deliver, and allow you to decide kind of where you're gonna put your people and your equipment to best utilize what you've got as our crews are kind of shrinking and as fish are worth a little less than they used to be. So this, I believe, really would be helpful without doing any damage. And now, I'm not a lawyer, and so I look to you and everybody here to help me out with this part, right? And I'm not married to this language exactly. I just thought that since it already existed, it might make it easier. But my understanding is it's within your authority as the board to do something like this. And in my reading of the Limited Entry Act, it is not in violation of its intent, which is an active harvester with a permit fishing, and we would still be doing that. So I open myself to questions, and I hope that you guys can help me out as I try to understand how we can maybe help with some of our logistical
All right,
issues.
I have a question from Board Member Carpenter.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Can't you do this already with a transporter's license?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. You can commingle your fish, and it would allow you to then, I mean, in that situation, it goes far beyond just a partnership. I've had a transporter license before, and you can buy fish from your neighbors, essentially, and then take them up to the plant, and you kind of take your Ziploc baggie of shame and all your paperwork, and you kind of hold up the line, and everybody's super unhappy with you. But you can do it. You're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. So my question's similar, but I guess how would this, the comparison of allowing this versus getting a transporter's license today, how would this ease the ability for you to do what's intended versus just getting a transporter's license? Like, where is the benefit of this versus just us saying you guys need to get transporter licenses?
Thank you for the question, through the chair. And an element that I forgot to mention is that this has really broad public support. It was supported by the ACs, to my knowledge, that supported it included Nushagak, Homer, Matsu, Kodiak, and it is also supported by the United Fishermen of Alaska and all of the major setnet organizations in the Bay, which I share with you now to really illustrate that I'm not the only one who thinks this would be super helpful. I think people find the transporter license really cumbersome, especially out in the weather. And this would allow you at the front of the season each year to register with the state of Alaska, register your partnership, and everybody knows kind of how things are supposed to go and who's doing it. And that's another element that was important to me, is that it's really traceable and it's easy to understand who's fishing where, and it's a way to tackle this while maintaining that catch accounting, which is so important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thanks. I'm familiar with the transporter license and, get it once a year, $10 or whatever. What is cumbersome about that? And how does that differ from, when you deliver, if your fish are commingled, I guess I'm not seeing the cumbersome part to all that, like compared to a joint venture?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So in my experience of it, the part where it slows things down is you have to for us, we go and we deliver our fish, back our truck up to the scale, dump them out, and then go into the scale house and hash out the math. And that's the part that really slows things down. Not only are you having to count your fish at the site and make sure you keep track of all of those and write those on the ticket that you give to your partner, but then you got to take it up to the plant and they have to give you the daily average weight of the sockeye that are being delivered. And you guys got to figure out that math based on the math you scribbled on your ticket at the site. And it just slows things down in an unfortunate way. And that was something that I mentioned to my folks as an option and flagging for them. And the feedback was that joint venture would be better. And I think they talked to some folks in Kodiak and it sounded pretty sweet.
So you are keeping you're not commingling. You're keeping each fisherman's fish separate as a transporter is what you're saying. That's the part that's cumbersome?
Thank you for the question through the chair. No, the fish are commingled, but you have to count them as you commingle them. So to keep track of which net they're coming from, and then you figure out how much that weight goes on to do that catch counting at the scale house. So that's where it kind of slows down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Next speaker. New information, oppose, support, name.
Yeah, good afternoon, Joe Echo Hawk. Support. What I see primarily here is not so much anything to do with economic benefit. It wouldn't change allocation, but I do see substantial potential for safety increases in the set net fleet. To give a personal example, where I fish, I'm on kind of a remote part of the bay. There has not been tender service over there very often, and regularly I got to haul fish a few miles across the bay to get to a tender, and it can often get rough, and sometimes with not a lot of warning, and there can be some very dangerous crossings. And I think the idea of kind of being able to have a teammate when you're over there sounds really appealing. I could see some potential benefit for that. And so I think this could be worth some consideration there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next proposal, please, staff.
Proposal 81, 5 AAC 06.330, gear.
Hello, members of the board. Reed 10 Clay Setner here. I'm the author of Proposal 81. Just a little introduction and background. I brought this to the board in 2018. So in 2018, it basically had kind of the same concept, but I didn't know really what I was doing. It was a little bit half-cocked. And the board suggested I talk with CFEC, the commissioner, and other users in order to come back with a more well-formed proposal that could possibly be beneficial. And in the past 6 years, a lot of things have changed, and I think a lot of attitudes have changed about it, because I've spent some time. Since 2004, I hosted a brainstorming symposium with industry leaders, including fisheries biologists, set netters, drifters, processors, and had informal conversations with many others during that time, all who said this topic has come up favorably in conversations with other fishermen, both set and drift net. I put additional comments and explanation in PC 243, which I referenced in my public testimony the other day. But there is some RC language after talking with the agencies who are present at the meeting today that would provide more maybe well-formed wording that could be useful in the implementation of these methods. The concept is to do exploratory permits through commissioner's permits that would allow for innovation, new ideas that might provide insight as to the commercial viability of non-gill net harvested fish and the exclusion of mixed stocks, So that those would be commissioner's permits issued by their agency with all of its contingencies. And so we're not looking for a permanent new gear group or anything like that, but according to my understanding, we do need to have some support from the board in order to make it more straightforward in their ability to implement it.
Okay. I see no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle Lentz, I'm in support of this. You know, the Cook Inlet cycle, I guess it was an out-of-cycle proposal a few years ago to adopt beach seining, and the board at that time said that it couldn't be taken up because there wasn't enough user groups in the room. So I think, you know, looking into it now and for the sake of potentially, you know, letting fish go if needed is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Fritz, that line move up and get closer to the current speaker, please.
Fritz Johnson, Drifter. I'm intrigued by this project or concept, particularly in one of the things Bristol Bay has struggled with for a long time is fish quality. If there's a way to catch fish without net marks. I used to say that look for your net mark, it's your guarantee it's a wild fish, but that could only go so far. I think one of the issues that the proposer encountered in the past in trying to promote this was the inability that if he were able to do this, he couldn't sell the fish. Well, it's kind of a research project to me, and it seems like being able to sell them for his trouble, could be helpful. I'm not sure I understand all the ramifications or how this will be engineered, but I'm envisioning something like a reef net. I would encourage the board to consider the option. So, thank you.
Thank you, Fritz.
Luke Peterson, Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association. We strongly oppose this proposal. We don't need new gear groups. We don't need fish traps. They've been illegal for over 100 years. That's definitely where this is headed. No fish traps.
Thank you.
Tavamu, I oppose this as well. I think it's a concerning time to do it if we're focusing on a king salmon management plan and trying to help them as much as possible to incorporate a new source of fishing and possibly muddy the waters of the data that we'd receive from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt?
Matt Marinkovich, and I'm heavily opposed to this. So he mentioned experimental, and it's going to wind up as a fish trap. He mentioned a reef net. If you're not familiar with that, they have them in Washington. It was the throwback that was remained after they outlawed fish traps in Washington in 1934 to 35. By the way, they also outlawed it in Alaska in 1955, and then again after statehood in 1959. And a fish trap is outlawed because it is so effective at catching fish that you don't need a fleet. And if a fish trap is set up with permanent barriers on a river that just directs fish into, let's say, a conveyor belt that takes them up to the processing plant, and it completely eliminates the need for fishing fleet, it would completely devastate the economy of the fishing economy. The fishing vessels in Bristol Bay would become useless because they wouldn't need them to go fishing. Permit holders would just probably consolidate, collect a check. That would destroy the regional fishing and family culture of the area. You've heard so much testimony about people remembering going fishing with their family, grew up in a fishing family. We should preserve that. It also would diminish salmon advocacy because without people involved in the fishery caring about fish, you're not going to have salmon advocacy.
Matt, did you submit any of these in public comment or testimony?
Will I do what?
No, did you already share this in your?
I made a comment,
Okay.
and I'm sorry if I'm.
I'm just trying to
repeating
wrap it up. I don't want you repeating anything that's already in the public record that you've already shared.
Okay, no, that's it. But then I'll mention, if you know, he mentioned a reef net, and I'm familiar with them, and oh, that was a big spin-off from reef net. But a reef net wouldn't work. It's anchored around structure in more rigorous, more solid bottom, and plus with the currents and everything else, it wouldn't work. And the solution is a fish trap of what he's talking about, and it's a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. All right, I'm going to let you wrap it up, Reed.
Okay. Thank you, Reed 10 Clay. Just wanted to add some clarity because I probably should have read this at the beginning, which would have helped everyone since the RC hasn't come through yet because we moved a lot faster than I was expecting. But
Yeah, you're not going to read.
I'm not going to read. I'm going to summarize.
Thank you.
So it is not, we're not looking at anything other than a beach seine, which is already an approved gear. So the language says salmon may also be taken for commercial harvest by permitted. So that would be something that is permitted. And then I'll just paraphrase that any kind of permit issued under this provision by the commissioner would restrict the sale of harvest to not exceed the 2-year average of the permit holder who applied for the permit. That way it's not a resource grab. We're not looking to catch more fish.
Yes, I got a question, Madam Chair.
Your proposal doesn't make mention of a beach chain. It talks about non-entanglement nets. So why are you bringing up a beach chain right now?
Oh, yeah. So a beach chain is an example of a non-entanglement net. So when I wrote the proposal, which was like 8 months ago, or I can't remember how long ago, we were still having a lot of conversation about what could happen, what was permitted or wasn't permitted. And so I said that I would submit follow-up stuff through the public comment period, which I did, and then now enabled to access the commissioners, then refine that down into some substitute language.
Do you consult with any of the local ACs in the Bristol Bay region on this proposal?
I didn't specifically reach out to them, no.
Thank you.
See no more questions. Thank you, Reed. All right, final proposal in this group. Staff, please.
Proposal 188, 5AAC 27.865 Bristol Bay Herring Management Plan.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Jensen, Alaska resident. I heard the public testimony, and I want to allay some of the fears that I've heard and some of the concerns. I've got about 5 points, and I'll try to make it quick because it's late. One of the things I heard was concerns about subsistence harvest. They will not be disrupted or diminished in any way, shape, or form if this were to come to fruition. Only 20% of the Togiak herring biomass goes to the GHL. The other 80% goes to future propagation to the Togiak herring stocks. Only 70% of the herring caught in the Dutch Harbor food and bait fishery are of the Togiak stock. And here's one that I learned at this meeting is that no fisheries will generate no money for the department to do stock assessments. If there are no assessments, by law, the fishery will be managed by a median of sufficiently. This is something that the department's going to have to explain to you more clearly. I just learned this from Director Bowers. What it means is that you'll be operating on a declining stock by law because they don't have any research to access the condition of the biomass. And number 5, neither fishery is limited entry fishery. They're all open access. And that's all I got for now.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Next speaker on this.
Dan Verheusen, and I support 188. We need more quota there in Dutch Harbor for the food and bait fishery. Things have changed real fast here, actually, the last year. We went over the quota last year. We fish in July in the same exact longitude, latitude as people that need bait in January. So we're the exact same longitude, latitude. There's herring as far as the eye can see, 360 degrees, and I have 20/20 vision. So there's been an overall increase called in mostly by the trawlers and myself. I fished out there for 38 years. I got a pretty good idea how the herring move. And over the last few years, I've seen very large increase. And I think that we do need to do a assessment of the fishery. Hopefully maybe this spring we can throw something together and do aerial survey and overall biomass. And I don't think this would hurt anyone.
Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you, I said.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate it. You're good.
Any other questions?
No. Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
Oh, okay.
Frank. Thank you, Kavik, for getting closer to Frank.
For the record, Frank Woods. Number one reason I'm here is 188. I represent about 3 different groups that have allocation. I would say not allocate. This proposal is allocative in nature. And the last time I was asked to participate in the Dutch Harbor fishery was at a gill net. Icicle Seafoods requested 3 boats to go down and participate in 2014, I believe. Would be the last year the gill nets operated in Dutch Harbor. This fishery is not only proprietary to 1 or 2 boats, but also allocative in a production that's cost prohibitive for a local Bristol Bay operation to go and compete in that fishery. The second thing is we're not done our job. I would love to have the commissioner here, CFC reenact the Herring Revitalization Committee and look at the things I'm talking about as age class composition, number 1. Number 2 is how do you get the 7.5% that is already allocated to that fishery without a biomass estimate and how much you're giving him. I would like to see, like in the Togiak herring fishery, a purse seine and a gill net for Dutch Harbor, whether it's viable or not, and also reenact the revitalization committee to include all users. Thank you.
Thank you. Kavik.
Kavik Anderson. Recently, we've rolled over roe herring and Kodiak to bait herring, and we've seen an immediate reduction in the cost of bait down to 15%, which is immediate savings for us. So the more bait herring we can have, the better.
So you support this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I support it.
Final speaker on this proposal and this group.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chair. Gayla Hossett for the record and Chugyung Tribal Council. Our tribe is opposed to 188, and we're concerned with Dutch Harbor Unalaska herring fishery because it's a mixed stock fishery. So we don't know whose herring they're catching down there, and to have that 15% increase, we don't know what the impacts are going to be on that. Also looking up on the CFC's website and information of how many people are participating in that fishery. Currently, there's less than 4, so there's no data on that for both the seining and the gillnet fishery. And if there's a market, then let's bring a market back to Togiak. So a little bit concerned with that. So I guess who is this benefiting and what cost is it to the ecosystem? And also with, I believe it's going to be in the fall of this year of 2026, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council is also looking at the biomass of the herring of what's going to be taken from 1% to 2 or 3%, and what impacts are those going to have? So if a decision is made here for 15% of that, we don't know whose fish it is, and even with on the North Pacific side, what impacts is that going to have on the stocks that have herring returning to smaller areas, and what is that going to do with the marine mammals and just the whole domino effect of how that is happening? So we'll be coming back at Area M and statewide and having more information to present, but I just wanted to let you know our position on that.
I have one question for you on that. Where is it in federal waters that herring are harvested that the council manages that? Because I'm familiar with various state ones, but I'm not familiar with federal management of the herring.
Just in the little stretch I know, it's the pollock fishery, but somebody who knows about that could probably best get that answer. And that would be really good information for the statewide meeting, is to get information from North Pacific on what they're looking at, and get that information in front of you, because I see when we're making decisions here, especially on our king salmon stock of concern and all of that, we're not actually looking at the Amendment 80 fleet and what's happening. So we have all these other fisheries that impact our decisions.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, do you have a question for her? No. Yeah, all right, thank you. That concludes Group 4, Committee of the Whole. Virtual gavels back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Godfrey. I was wondering whether or not we were going to make it through Group 4 today, and I'm glad to say that we're back on our agenda track. So well done to the committee chairman today. Excellent work. I just wanted to clarify that this proposal number 188 is being heard at this meeting and being heard at the Area M meeting, and then it will be deliberated and voted on at the Alaska Peninsula, Aleutian Islands, Chignik Area Finfish meeting. So it's not going to be heard again at statewide. So I just wanted to make sure that that clarification was made. All right, again, I'm going to restate that if folks are working on substitute language for any of the proposals in groups 3 or 4, please notify staff, please notify Department of Law and troopers if you need their input on things. And I would, staff has been really great about checking with members to see if they need any assistance, and I really appreciate that. So members, please make sure you're communicating with department staff on your intentions. And with that, we will tomorrow morning, we'll give you an extra half hour. We'll begin deliberations at 9 a.m., but we do ask that you have any RCs available. Please get them into board support staff by 8:30. So we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have fun sleeping in.